Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Theron. The bells of Milthar ring like silver coins scattered across water, and I cannot help but smile as their song echoes off the harbor stones. Tonight is Zukiev's longest night, when the sea god grants us passage through winter's deepest dark, and every street gleams with lantern light and hope. Paper lanterns sway from every eave and archway, casting dancing shadows on the snow-dusted cobblestones that have been worn smooth by centuries of hooves. Each lantern glows with warm oil flame, painted with symbols of prosperity and safe harbor, anchors and fish, waves and winter stars. Children dart between their parents' legs, small horns adorned with ribbons that flutter like bright flags in the salt-scented wind that carries the promise of fair weather for the year ahead. The sweet scent of evergreen garlands fills the air, pine and holly woven into the horns of every minotaur in the square, mixed with the rich aromas drifting from the food stalls. Bakers have brought out their finest honey cakes and sweet bread studded with dried fialon berries, while the tavern keepers ladle out steaming cups of mold-rearsed wine that tastes like summer meadows even in winter's grip. The smell of roasting chestnuts mingles with wood smoke from the great bonfire built from driftwood and sacred cedar, its flames leaping high enough to warm the stars themselves. I adjust the wreath that crowns my own horns, feeling the soft brush of needles against my fur. The pine releases its sharp, clean scent with each movement, reminding me of the forests on Milthar's northern slopes, where I used to hunt as a young bull. Around me, my people celebrate with the fierce joy that only comes after surviving another year of storms and battles, their voices lifted in the ancient sea carols that have blessed this night for generations beyond counting. The cobblestone square has been transformed into something magical. Garlands of evergreen and winter berries drape every building, their deep green brightened by clusters of red fruit that shine like jewels in the lantern light. The fountain at the center of the square has been decorated with wreaths of kelp and shells, its water blessed by the Tide Mother herself. Young couples dance around it in the traditional patterns, their movements telling the story of ships departing and returning, of love that endures across storms and calm. For the first time in years, I am not Captain Theron Goldmane of the Sea Guard. Tonight, I have laid down my arms and set aside my rank, hanging my bronze-plated armor in the temple armory, where it will rest until duty calls again. The weight of command no longer sits heavy on my shoulders. No reports to file, no patrols to schedule, no young sailors to train in the arts of war. Tonight, I'm simply a man in love, free to lose myself in celebration without thought of tomorrow's battles or the responsibilities that wait beyond this perfect moment. My service uniform hangs in my quarters, the crimson cloak with its golden anchor pin folded away with the respect due to symbols of honor. Instead, I wear the fine wool tunic that Eurydice bought me from the Kainvu traders, deep blue like the ocean at twilight, embroidered with silver thread that catches the light. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever owned, made more precious because her hands chose it for me. Eurydice moves through the crowd like music made flesh, her dark hair crowned with winter berries and silver bells that chime with each step. The bells are tiny masterworks crafted by Miltar's finest smiths, each one tuned to a different note so that her movements create melodies wherever she goes. She wears the blue wool dress I bought her from the same traders, the color of deep ocean under starlight. And when she turns to find me watching, her smile could warm the coldest sea. She is human, small and soft where I am massive and furred, but she fits against my side as if Zukiev himself carved us from the same wave. Her head barely reaches my chest, yet she commands every room she enters with her quick wit and gentle heart. The contrast between us never fails to amaze me. Her delicate fingers against my thick hide, her light step beside my heavy hooves, her clear soprano weaving in and through my bass like a silver thread through bronze. "Sing with me, my golden bull," she calls over the music, using the pet name that makes my chest rumble with pleasure. The endearment always brings warmth to my heart, a reminder that this fierce, brilliant woman sees beauty in my brutish form. The night is too beautiful for silence. I cannot deny her anything. My voice rises, deep and resonant, carrying the ancient shanty my grandfather taught me when I was barely more than a calf learning to walk steady on deck. The melody speaks of ships returning home, of lovers reunited, of the sea's promise to bring all wanderers back to shore. It's a song older than memory, passed down through generations of sailors who sang it to guide their vessels through the darkest nights. Through the longest night, we'll keep the light. Until the dawn returns with voices strong and hearts held tight, the sacred fire burns. The words flow from my throat like honey, each note shaped by years of calling commands across storm-lashed decks. Around us, other voices join the song, gruff sailors and laughing maidens, children whose voices crack with youth and elders whose tones carry the wisdom of decades. The harmony builds until all of Milthar sings as one, our collective voice rising to the stars like an offering to the gods who watch over our island home. Eurydice's clear soprano weaves through my bass like silver spun through bronze, her voice trained by years in the human settlement's choir. When we sing together, something magical happens. Our voices find harmonies that neither could achieve alone, creating music that seems to make the very air shimmer with possibility. I feel something settle in my chest that has been restless for too long, a peace that comes only when surrounded by those we love most. This is what I fought for in the border wars, not just for Miltar's safety, but for nights like this. For the right to love and laugh and sing beneath stars that know our names, for children to grow up free from fear, for lovers to dance without thought of tomorrow's sorrows, for the ancient traditions that bind our people together across the generations. The crowd swirls around us like the tide, and I pull her into the steps of an old courtship dance passed down from the first settlers who claimed this island from the sea. My hooves ring against the stones in the traditional rhythm, each step placed with the precision drilled into me during my years of training. Her skirts spin out like flower petals as we circle each other, the blue wool catching the lantern light and reflecting it back like captured starshine. Other couples join us, turning the square into a living tapestry of movement and joy. The dance tells the story of our people, the long voyages across dangerous waters, the courtship rituals that bind hearts together, the eternal cycle of departure and return that defines life on an island nation. The musicians play faster, their instruments calling to something wild and free in Minotaur blood, and our dance becomes breathless and joyful beneath the chiming bells that mark the hours until midnight. When the song ends, we collapse against each other, laughing and gasping. Eurydice's cheeks are flushed pink with cold and exertion, her breath misting white in the winter air. I want to memorize this moment. Her face up-tilted to mine, her eyes bright with happiness, the taste of winter and wine on her lips when I bend to kiss her. Her mouth is warm and soft, flavored with the honey cakes we shared earlier, and I feel my heart swell with love so fierce it almost frightens me. "I have something for you," she says, reaching into her cloak with hands that shake slightly from excitement. She pulls out a wreath woven from fresh pine and winter holly, the green so dark it looks black in the lantern light. The craftsmanship is exquisite, each sprig perfectly placed, the berries bright as drops of blood against the evergreen. For the new year, for new beginnings. My throat tightens as she rises on her toes to place it on my horns, her fingers gentle as she adjusts each spring. The evergreen holds her scent, warm honey and the lavender soap she favors, mixed with the lingering traces of the perfume oil she wears on special occasions. I breathe it in like a prayer, committing every detail to memory. "And I have something for you," I murmur, lifting the wreath I commissioned from the best weaver in Milthar 3 months ago. The cost was dear, a month's wages, but seeing her face now makes every coin worthwhile. Hers is delicate work, silver ribbons threaded through evergreen boughs, tiny bells that will chime when she moves, winter berries that gleam like precious stones. I settle it on her dark hair like a crown, and she laughs with delight as the bells sing their sweet music. "Now we match," she whispers, standing on her toes to kiss my jaw, the highest she can reach without help. 2 hearts, 1 winter. 2 hearts, 1 winter, I repeat, the words feeling like a vow spoken before the gods themselves. The bells begin their countdown to midnight, each toll ringing through my bones like a promise written in bronze and starlight. Around us, the revelers raise their voices in the traditional New Year blessing, calling on Zukiev to grant fair winds and calm seas for the year ahead. Their words rise to the heavens like incense, carrying hopes and dreams up to the constellation of the great ship that guides sailors safely home. I join my voice to theirs, but my prayer is simpler. Let me keep her safe. Let me love her well. Let this happiness last beyond the turning of the seasons, beyond the trials that surely wait in the unknown future. Let our hearts beat in harmony until the stars themselves grow cold. As the final bell fades into silence, I feel the midnight tide swell against the harbor walls with unusual force, and something cold moves through the crowd like a breath from the deep places where sunlight never reaches.
Chapter 2. Eurydice. The silver bells in my wreath chime softly as I reach up to thread a ribbon through Theron's golden mane. The silk is red and I weave it carefully between the coarse strands of his hair. Each thread catches the lantern light like captured starshine, and the texture beneath my fingers is warm and familiar. I've braided his mane countless times during lazy afternoons when he returns from patrol, salt-crusted and weary. His amber eyes watch me with such tenderness that my heart flutters like a caged bird. Those eyes have seen battle and storm, but when he looks at me, they hold only gentleness. The lantern glow catches the golden flecks in his irises, making them shine like coins at the bottom of a clear pool. "What are you wishing for?" he asks, his voice a low rumble that I feel in my bones. The sound vibrates through his massive chest, and I press my palm against the soft fur there, feeling his heartbeat steady and strong beneath my touch. I rise on my toes to whisper against his ear, my breath warm in the cold night air. His ear flicks at the sensation, a habit that never fails to make me smile. Many winters together, a lifetime of festivals like this one. Children with your strength and your gentle heart. The words taste like honey on my tongue, sweet with hope and possibility. I wish for us to grow old together, singing by the fire when our dancing days are done. His arms tighten around me, thick with muscle earned through years of hauling ship lines and wielding the great bronze axes of Milthar's sea guard. I feel the deep vibration of his contented sigh, like distant thunder rolling across calm seas. "Zukiev Guaranteed," he murmurs, pressing his lips to my temple. His breath smells of the mulled wine we shared earlier, spiced with cinnamon and cardamom from the southern traders. The crowd swirls around us in celebration, but I am lost in the warmth of his embrace. The festival of Zukiev's longest night transforms Milthar into something magical. Every building draped with garlands of pine and holly, their sharp green scent mixing with wood smoke from the great bonfire. The lanterns cast everything in golden light, making the snow sparkle like scattered jewels across the cobblestones that have been worn smooth by centuries of hooves. Children laugh as they chase each other between the dancers, their small horns adorned with ribbons that stream behind them like colourful wings. Their parents watch with fond eyes, sharing cups of steaming kaffa and honeyed bread still warm from the ovens. The tavern keepers have rolled out barrels of ale and rearsed wine, the sweet, floral vintage that tastes like summer meadows even in the depths of winter. Musicians play from every corner, their instruments creating a tapestry of sound that echoes off the harbour walls. Fiddles sing high and bright, while drums beat the ancient rhythms that call to something deep in Minotaur blood. The melodies speak of voyages completed, of storms weathered, of the eternal dance between sea and shore that defines our island home. This is happiness, I think. This moment, this man, this magical night when anything seems possible. The Festival of the Longest Night has always been my favourite celebration. When Milthar throws open its doors and hearts, when the whole city becomes one great family, singing together against the winter dark. But as I pull back to smile at Theron, something at the edge of my vision makes me pause. Down by the harbour, where the waves lap against the stone quay built from black volcanic rock, something dark is crawling across the water. At first I think it's just kelp stirred up by the tide, but as I watch, the dark foam spreads like grasping fingers along the shore. The water should be its usual deep blue-green, reflecting the lantern light like scattered stars. Instead, it looks wrong, oily and thick, moving against the natural rhythm of the waves. My stomach clenches with sudden unease, though I cannot say why. "Theron," I start to say, but my voice is lost in the sound of music and laughter. The shadow foam creeps higher, defying the natural pull of the waves. It moves with purpose, like something alive and hungry. A chill runs down my spine that has nothing to do with the winter air. This cold comes from somewhere deeper, older, like the breath of something that has been sleeping beneath the waves for far too long. I tug on Theron's sleeve, trying to get his attention, but he's laughing at something one of his old shipmates has said. His attention focused on tales of their last voyage to the mainland. The harbour usually smells of salt and fish, tar and rope, the clean scents of a working port. But now there's something else threading through the air, something that reminds me of deep caves and things long drowned. The stone quay, usually bustling with late-night fishermen checking their nets, stands eerily empty. One of the paper lanterns near the harbour begins to flicker, its warm light guttering like a candle in the wind. The flame inside dances wildly, though there's no breeze to stir it. As the light dims, it illuminates something that makes my blood turn to ice water. There, just beneath the surface of the dark water, pale shapes move like drowned hands reaching upward. Bone-white fingers break the surface, grasping at nothing, and I realise with growing horror that they're trying to pull themselves from the sea. The water around the pale shapes shimmers with an unnatural phosphorescence, like the ghost lights that sailors sometimes see during the worst storms. But this light is cold, hungry, nothing like the warm glow of the festival lanterns that have blessed this night for generations. "Theron!" I cry, but my voice cracks with fear. That's when the screaming begins. It starts with a child near the water's edge. A little girl who was gathering the pretty shells that the tide sometimes washes up during festivals. Her shriek of terror cuts through the music like a blade drawn across silk, and suddenly everyone is looking toward the harbour. The musicians falter, their instruments falling silent one by one as the wrongness spreads like ripples through the crowd. More lanterns begin to fail, their light snuffed out as if by invisible hands, and in the growing darkness, spectral silhouettes begin to rise from the waves. They emerge like morning mist, but wrong, too pale, too fluid, moving in ways that hurt to watch. The festival's warmth seems to drain away wherever they drift, leaving frost in their wake. They're translucent and wrong. these shapes that coil and drift among the dancers like smoke given form. Some look almost human, but stretched and distorted, while others are merely suggestions of limbs and faces floating in the air. They move through the crowd with horrible purpose, reaching for the living with hands that shine like moonlight on water. Where they touch, people stumble and cry out, their breath misting white in the sudden cold. Panic erupts around us. People scatter in all directions, parents snatching up children, lovers clinging to each other as they flee. The carefully ordered festival dissolves into chaos. Overturned tables, spilled wine staining the snow red, the sweet scent of evergreen overwhelmed by something that smells of brine and decay. But I find myself frozen, watching in fascination and terror as one of the spirits drifts directly toward us. Its face is beautiful and terrible, high cheekbones and pointed ears that mark it as one of the dark elves. But its eyes are hollow voids that seem to pull at my soul. Its mouth moves as if speaking, but no sound emerges save for a low humming that makes my teeth ache. "Run!" Theron roars, his hand closing around mine with desperate strength. "Eurydice, we have to—" Something cold and wet wraps around my ankle like a chain forged from the sea itself. I look down to see a tendril of dark water coiled around my leg, tightening with each passing second. The touch burns like ice, seeping through my boot and chilling my skin until I can barely feel my foot. It yanks hard, and I stumble, my hand slipping from Theron's grasp despite his desperate grip. "Theron!" I scream as the water chain pulls me toward the harbour. My feet slide across the slick cobblestones, unable to find purchase on stones made treacherous by the spreading ice. I claw at the ground, at the air, at anything that might stop my inexorable slide toward the black water that writhes with unnatural life. "Eurydice!" His voice follows me, desperate and raw, but the chain of water is too strong. It drags me across the quay and into the hungry embrace of the sea, and the last thing I see before the dark water closes over my head is Theron's golden mane streaming behind him as he dives in after me, his amber eyes wide with terror and love. Then the cold swallows everything, and the festival lights fade to nothing above.
Chapter 3. Theron. The black water burns my lungs like liquid ice, and I thrash wildly in the darkness, my hooves finding no purchase on anything solid. The sea that has been my ally for decades now feels alien and hostile, thick as tar and cold beyond reason. Salt stings my eyes, but I force them open anyway, desperate for any glimpse of Eurydice in this nightmare of ink and shadow. Above me, the festival lights flicker and dance like dying stars, distorted by the churning water into meaningless smears of gold and orange. The familiar sounds of Milthar, laughter, music, the comfortable clatter of hooves on stone, are muffled into a low hum that makes my bones ache. How can the world above continue as if nothing has changed when my heart has been torn from my chest and dragged into the depths? "Eurydice!" I try to shout, but the water floods my mouth, tasting of brine and something else, something ancient and wrong that coats my tongue like oil. The salt burns my throat, and I surface with a desperate gasp, my mane streaming water that feels too thick, too cold for these familiar waters. The visibility here should be clear. I've dived in Milthar's harbor countless times during my years with the Sea Guard, searching for lost anchors or checking the integrity of pier supports. But now the water is black as a moonless night, swallowing light like a living thing. I can barely see my own hands in front of my face, though they should be pale and distinct against the dark. I dive again, my powerful legs driving me deeper, following the current that pulled her under. My lungs burn with the effort, but I push past the pain. She's down here somewhere, and I will not surface without her. The water grows colder with each stroke, and strange currents tug at my limbs, trying to pull me off course. They feel deliberate, malicious, as if the sea itself has turned against us. A sound drifts through the water, low and haunting, barely at the edge of hearing. At first I think it might be wind through the rigging of the fishing boats, but as I listen, I realize it's voices. A chorus of them, humming in harmony that makes my teeth ache and my heart race with inexplicable dread. The melody is beautiful and terrible, familiar yet wrong, like a lullaby sung by the drowned. The humming seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding me like a net of sound. When I try to swim toward it, thinking it might lead me to Eurydice, the currents grow stronger, fighting my every stroke. When I try to swim away, they slack, letting me drift aimlessly in the dark. It's as if something wants me here, trapped and disoriented, listening to that maddening song that pulls at my mind like hooks. My lungs scream for air, and I'm forced to surface again, breaking through into the chaos above. The festival continues, but wrong. People scatter across the square in panic, their lanterns guttering out one by one as if snuffed by invisible hands. The shadow spirits drift among them like smoke given form, reaching for the living with hands that glow with cold phosphorescence. "Captain!" A voice calls across the water, and I turn to see young Niklos, one of my former crew, standing on the pier with terror in his eyes. "Captain, what's happening? The whole harbor! Light the beacon braziers!" I roar, my voice holding the authority of my former rank, even as water streams from my mane. "All of them! And get the elders! Now!" He nods and sprints away, his hooves ringing against the stone. Within moments, I see figures rushing toward the lighthouse that guards our harbor, carrying torches and oil. The great beacon flares to life, its flame cutting through the darkness like a sword of gold and orange. Other braziers follow, smaller beacons placed at strategic points around the harbor to guide ships safely to shore. The light pushes back against the wrongness in the water, and for a moment the black surface clears enough for me to see shapes moving in the depths. Not fish or kelp, but something else. Pale forms that drift like underwater dancers, their movements too fluid to be natural. An elder approaches the water's edge, her white fur gleaming in the beacon light. Tide Mother Antea, keeper of the old stories and guardian of our sacred traditions. Her voice carries across the harbor, strong and clear despite her advanced years. "The sunken necropolis," she calls, her words hitting me like a physical blow. "The drowned city of the dark elves, Captain. They wake only on the longest nights, when the barriers between worlds grow thin. The necropolis. I've heard the stories. Every sailor on Prothika has. A dark elf city that sank beneath the waves generations ago, taking with it all the wealth and power of a proud civilization. The stories say it lies somewhere in the deep waters beyond our continental shelf, too far away to threaten any living soul. But if it's here, if it's beneath our very harbor, how do I get her back?" I shout across the water, my voice breaking with desperation. "You don't," Antea replies, her words cutting through my heart like ice. "The drowned do not give up their prizes willingly, child of the sea. She belongs to them now." "No." The word tears from my throat like a battle cry. "No, she doesn't. She belongs with me in the realm of the living, under stars and sunlight. I will not abandon her to the dead." I take the biggest breath my lungs can hold and dive again, driving myself down into the black water with every ounce of strength I possess. The humming grows louder as I descend, and I feel the pull of strange currents trying to disorient me. But I am Theron Goldmane, veteran of a dozen sea battles, and I know these waters better than any creature that might lurk in their depths. The beacon light fades above me until it's nothing more than a distant star, and still I dive deeper. My ears pop with the pressure, and my lungs burn with the need for air. But I press on. Somewhere in this nightmare of water and shadow, Eurydice waits for me. I will find her, or I will die trying. As the last of the surface light disappears, I make a vow that echoes around me like thunder. By Zukiev's trident and the sacred fire that burns eternal, I swear I will sing her home. Let the dead come. I'm not afraid. Let them bring their worst horrors. My voice will cut through them all. She is mine, and I am hers, and no power in the depths will keep us apart. The words seem to ripple outward through the dark water, and for just a moment, the drowned choir falls silent. In that blessed quiet, I could swear I hear something else, faint and far away, but unmistakably human. A voice I would know across any distance, in any darkness. Eurydice calling my name in the black water like a prayer.
Chapter 4. Eurydice. The cold water carries me down through what feels like liquid night, my lungs burning as I fight the urge to breathe. The tendril of dark water around my ankle pulls with inexorable strength, dragging me deeper into the black depths where no festival light can reach. "Help me!" I try to scream, but only bubbles escape my lips, rising toward a surface I can no longer see. My dress billows around me like a blue shroud, the fine wool growing heavy and waterlogged as I'm swept through currents that taste of brine and ancient things long dead. Above me, the lights of Milthar fade to pinpricks, then disappear entirely as I'm pulled through what can only be a drowned archway. The stone feels real beneath my fingertips as I grasp desperately at carved surfaces, intricate reliefs of dark elf faces with hollow eyes and gaping mouths, their expressions frozen in eternal screams. "This cannot be real!" I gasp, and to my shock, words emerge instead of water. The liquid around me has changed somehow, becoming thinner, breathable, salty sweet like tears mixed with honey. I can speak, I can breathe, though each inhalation tastes of the deep places where sunlight has never touched. The architecture surrounding me is alien, yet beautiful, all flowing curves and spiralling towers that twist upward like frozen water spouts. I remember the stories Theron's grandfather used to tell during winter evenings by the fire, tales of dark elf cities that fell to hubris and war, swallowed by the hungry sea. "The necropolis," I whisper, the word heavy with dread. But it's supposed to be legend, supposed to be lost beyond the deep waters. Phosphorescent eels writhe in the water around me, their bodies glowing with sickly green light that illuminates the impossible city spread out below. It's vast beyond comprehension, a necropolis of toppled spires and broken domes, streets paved with tiles that shimmer with runic inscriptions in the dark elf tongue. Gardens of kelp and sea anemones have overgrown what were once grand plazas, while schools of translucent fish dart between the ribs of collapsed towers. Everything is covered in a fine layer of silt and barnacles, yet somehow the city maintains an eerie beauty. Death has only made it more perfect in its desolation, more terrible in its grandeur. The dark elves built their city to last millennia, and even drowned and broken, it retains a majesty that makes my heart ache with awe and terror. Shades drift between the ruins like veils caught in an underwater breeze, their forms shifting and translucent. Some still wear the tattered remnants of fine clothing, silk robes that flutter in the current, jewellery that gleams dully in the phosphorescent light. Others are naked save for their pale skin and the hollow darkness where their eyes should be. One drifts closer, its face still beautiful despite the waterlogged flesh and empty sockets. It was female once, with the high cheekbones and pointed ears of the dark elf nobility. I think of my friend Pamela, who works in the human quarter. She has those same elegant features, though hers are warm with life where this creature's are cold as winter stone. "Please," I whisper as the shade reaches toward me with fingers that trail wisps of shadow. "I don't belong here. I'm not dead." The shade pauses at my words, tilting her head as if remembering what it means to speak. When she touches my cheek, her skin feels like ice formed from tears. She leans close, pressing her face to mine, and I feel her tasting my breath, sampling the warmth and life that still flows through my mortal form. Her touch sends cold shooting through my veins like poison, and her mouth opens to reveal teeth like broken pearls. She speaks, and her voice is like wind through empty chambers. So warm, so alive. We remember warmth. We remember the taste of living breath. Then help me, I plead, meeting those hollow sockets where eyes should be. Help me return to the warm world above. But she only laughs, a sound like waves breaking over broken glass. None leave the deep halls, child of the surface. None return from under winter to the realm of sun and flame. Terror threatens to overwhelm me, but then I hear something that makes my soul dance with desperate hope. Faint and trembling through the water, barely audible above the whispers of the dead, comes a sound I would know anywhere. Theron's voice, deep and resonant, singing one of his old sea shanties. "Theron!" I cry out, my voice echoing strangely in the liquid medium. "I'm here! I'm here!" The shade touching my face recoils as if burned, her empty sockets widening in what might be surprise or fear. She releases me and drifts backward, her form becoming more translucent until she's barely visible against the green glow of the eels. "He comes," she whispers, and there's something like wonder in her voice. A living voice in the halls of the drowned. How long since we heard such music? Around us, other shades pause in their eternal wandering, their heads turning toward the source of that living voice, like flowers seeking sunlight. Some begin to drift closer, drawn by the warmth and life in Theron's song, while others flee into the darker recesses of the ruins. The water chain pulls me onward, past a colonnade of pillars carved with images of dark elf warriors and their conquered foes. The sculptures show humans in chains, orcs fleeing in terror, Perna women bound and broken, a catalogue of conquest and cruelty preserved in stone. "Your people did this," I say to the shade that follows me, anger cutting through my fear. "You enslaved and tortured. Is this your reward? An eternity in the cold dark?" "We ruled," she replies, her voice growing fainter as we move. "We commanded wind and wave, fire and earth, but the sea remembers all debts, the sea claims all crowns in the end. The chain drags me to a halt beside one of the pillars, and suddenly I feel something cold and slimy wrapping around my wrists and ankles. Kelp, but not the ordinary seaweed that grows in Milthar's shallows. This is something else, dark and oily, that seems to writhe with a life of its own. "No!" I gasp, struggling against the fronds as they coil around my limbs like serpents. "No, please let me go!" But the kelp pays no heed to my pleas, binding me to the pillar with knots that tighten whenever I struggle. As it secures me, I feel my heartbeat begin to slow. The cold creeps through my veins like winter fog, numbing my fingers and toes, making my thoughts sluggish and strange. "This is how it begins," the shade whispers, drifting close again. "First the cold, then the stillness, then the forgetting. Soon you will join our chorus, child. Soon you will sing with the drowned." "I won't," I say through chattering teeth, though I can feel the life draining from my limbs. "I won't forget. I won't become like you." "They all say that," she replies sadly. "But the deep remembers all and forgives nothing. Rest now, little surface child. Let the cold take you. Let the water fill your lungs with dreams of what was." But Theron's voice reaches me again, stronger now, and I cling to that sound like a lifeline thrown into dark water. He's coming for me. He's fighting his way through this nightmare to find me, and I will not let myself fade before he arrives. "Do you hear that?" I whisper to the shade, forcing strength into my voice. "That's my golden bull singing me home. He'll come for me, and your chains won't hold me when he does." The shade tilts her head, listening to that distant song. For a moment, something flickers in those empty sockets, a ghost of the warmth she once knew. "Perhaps," she says softly, "perhaps love remembers what death forgets." The kelp tightens around my chest, and my heartbeat grows fainter still. But somewhere in the distance, growing closer with each passing moment, Theron's voice continues to ring through the water, a song of love and determination that cuts through death itself like a blade of living light. Hold on, I tell myself, the words barely a whisper now. Hold on. He's coming.
Chapter 5. Theron. The beacon light cuts through the darkness above me like a blade of bronze and flame, but I turn my back on its warmth and swim toward the temple steps. My lungs burn with salt water and the memory of Eurydice's scream, but I will myself to surface at the sacred pier where Tide Mother Antea waits. Her white fur gleams wet in the beacon glow, and her ancient eyes hold the weight of stories older than Miltar itself. Tide Mother, I gasp, hauling myself onto the stone steps carved with prayers to Zukiev. Tell me how to reach her. Tell me how to bring her home. Antea's weathered hands help pull me from the water, her touch gentle despite the urgency crackling between us like lightning. Child of the deep currents, she says, her voice wielding the authority of decades spent communing with the sea god. You would descend into the necropolis itself? You would walk among the drowned dead? I would follow her into the void itself if that's what it takes, I reply, water streaming from my mane onto the sacred stones. She doesn't belong down there. She belongs here with me under starlight and the warm breath of the living. The Tide Mother studies my face in the flickering light, reading something there that makes her nod slowly. Sound is map and shield in the deep halls, she says, moving toward the temple with surprising speed for her age. The drowned hunger for music, for the songs of the living world they can no longer touch, but they fear it too. Your voice will be both guide and weapon in their realm. Inside the temple, braziers burn with sacred oils that smell of kelp and winter storms. Antea leads me to the altar where vessels of blessed water gleam like captured moonlight. She dips her fingers into one and traces symbols on my throat, ancient runes that burn warm against my skin. Warming oils blessed by the tide touched, she explains, her touch sure and practiced. They will keep your voice strong in the cold depths, keep your breath from freezing in your chest. The oil soaks into my fur, leaving trails of heat that pulse with each heartbeat. But remember, the dead are cunning. They will try to steal your songs, to turn your own voice against you. From a shelf carved from whalebone, she takes a shell bell no larger than my thumb. It gleams white as winter foam, and when she shakes it, the sound is pure and sweet as spring rain on stone. This will keep time for you in the depths where hours blur into centuries. Do not lose its rhythm, child. Do not let the silence take you. What else? I ask, accepting the shell bell and testing its weight. The sound it makes pushes against the very air, creating ripples I can feel against my skin. What else do I need to know? Test your voice before you descend, she says, leading me back toward the water. Learn what each song can do. The deep has many moods, and you must know which melody will serve you in each hall. At the water's edge, blacksmiths from the harbor quarter wait with lengths of bronze chain and diving weights. Their leader, a grizzled bull named Corvin, bows his head respectfully as he approaches. Captain, he says, though I've told him a dozen times I've laid down that rank. We've prepared what you asked for. Waits to carry you down swift, and this... He holds up a coil of the finest rope Miltar can produce, braided with kelp fibers and blessed by the sea witches. It's anchored to the prayer stone in the harbor shrine, should reach near any depth you might need. The prayer stone, a massive boulder carved with Zukiev's symbols, placed by the first settlers who claimed this island from the waves. If anything can anchor me to the living world, it's that ancient piece of Miltar's heart. Young Niklos approaches with a waterproof lantern, its flame guttering blue-white behind thick glass. For the dark places, Captain, he says, his voice tight with worry. Though I wish you'd let us come with you. This is my burden, I tell him, accepting the lantern and testing its weight. My choice. My love to rescue. I look around at the assembled sailors, divers, and smiths, good people all, who would follow me into the depths if I asked. But keep the beacons burning, keep the prayers flowing, give me light to follow home. I wade back into the water, feeling the weight settle around my waist like an anchor's embrace. The rope trails behind me, its blessed fibers already starting to glow with a faint phosphorescence in the dark water. I test the shell bell again, and its pure tone seems to clear the murk for a few precious feet. Now, Antea calls from the shore, test your voice, learn your power. I begin with a simple lullaby, something my mother sang when storms kept the fishing boats in harbor. The water around me responds immediately, currents shifting to carry the melody outward in perfect circles. The silt on the harbor bottom swirls and settles, and small fish dart toward the sound like children drawn to firelight. Next, a work song, the kind we used to haul anchor chains and set sail. The water grows agitated, waves rising and falling in rhythm with the beat. I feel strength flow into my limbs, my muscles remembering the cadence of shared labor and brotherhood forged in storm and calm. A war chant that grandfather taught me, something from the old days when pirates still threatened our shores. The water vibrates with violence held in check, and even the shades lurking at the harbor's edge seem to recoil from the sound. This song carries death in it, but death as protector, as the guardian of those who cannot guard themselves. Good, Antea calls, her voice carrying clearly across the water. You understand. Now remember, in the necropolis, every song is a choice. Every note is a step towards salvation or damnation. Choose wisely, child of my heart. I touch Eurydice's wreath where it still crowns my horns, breathing in the scent of pine and holly that somehow persists even after our struggle in the water. Her ribbon in my mane has come loose, but I find it floating nearby and tie it firmly around my wrist, a reminder of what I'm fighting for. By Zukiev's blessed tides, I whisper, lifting the lantern high. I swear I will bring her home. Let the dead sing their sorrows. I will answer with joy. Let them offer their darkness. I will carry my own light. I set the lantern to the surf, watching it bob like a fallen star on the black water. Then I take the most expansive breath my lungs can hold and step into the night-dark sea, the shell bell chiming soft as snowfall in my hand. The water closes over my head, and somewhere in the depths below, Eurydice waits for my voice calling her name through the halls of the drowned.
Chapter 6. Eurydice. The necropolis breathes around me like some vast sleeping beast, its gates and archways yawning wide with each surge of the tide. I feel the rhythm of it in my bones, a slow, hypnotic pulse that seems to sync with my slowing heartbeat. The kelp bindings around my wrists have grown tighter, and with each breath of the strange, honey-salt water, I feel more of myself slipping away into the cold embrace of this drowned realm. Small shapes emerge from the coral gardens that have overgrown what were once grand courtyards. At first I think they're fish, but as they drift closer, I see they are children, or what children become when they drown in places where death refuses to release its grip. Their eyes are black pearls, their skin translucent as jellyfish, and when they smile at me, their teeth gleam like tiny pearls in the phosphorescent gloom. Pretty lady, one whispers, a girl who might have been 6 when the sea claimed her. Her hair drifts around her face like seaweed, adorned with tiny shells that chime when she moves. Pretty lady with warm hands. We haven't seen warm hands in so long. She reaches toward me with fingers that end in delicate points, not quite claws, but no longer entirely human. When she touches my bound wrist, her skin feels like water given form, cool and fluid, but somehow solid enough to grasp. The other children cluster around her, perhaps a dozen of them, all reaching out to touch the warmth that still flows through my mortal flesh. Please, I whisper, trying not to frighten them. They're still children, despite what they've become. Can you help me? I don't belong here. I need to get home to someone who loves me. The first child tilts her head, considering my words with an expression far too old for her apparent age. Home? She asks, the word strange on her lips. We remember home, warm beds and mother's songs and bread that smelled like sunshine. Her smile grows wider, showing more of those pearl-white teeth. But this is home now. The deep halls are home. The singing stones are family. One of the others, a boy with barnacles growing along his jawline, like a patchy beard, reaches into the ruins of his clothing and produces something that makes my chest clench with pity. Pearl teeth, dozens of them, strung on a kelp fibre cord like a necklace. They're his own, I realise. The teeth he lost as a child, saved and preserved in this place where nothing ever truly dies. For the pretty lady, he says, holding the necklace out toward me. For luck in the deep halls. The toothkeeper says they remember the taste of milk and honey cakes. I want to refuse, but the look in his black pearl eyes is so hopeful, so desperate for connection with something warm and living, that I cannot bring myself to turn him away. Thank you, I whisper, bowing my head so he can place the necklace around my throat. The pearl teeth are cold against my skin, but they carry with them the echo of innocence, the ghost of childhood wonder that not even death can completely extinguish. As the strange gift settles around my neck, a shadow falls across our gathering. The children shrink back, their forms becoming more translucent, as a figure approaches through water with the fluid grace of a predator. This one was clearly a priest in life. His robes, though tattered and stained with centuries of brine, still carry the elaborate embroidery that marks the dark elf clergy. His face is gaunt and terrible, the flesh stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, and his eyes are not empty sockets like the other shades, but burning points of cold blue light. "Little surface child," he says, his voice carrying the authority of one who commanded congregations in life and still holds dominion over the dead. Little warm blood, who thinks to pass through our realm unchanged. He raises one skeletal hand, and I see symbols carved into his palm, runes that glow with the same cold fire as his eyes. You will join our congregation. You will sing in our choir of laments. He begins to trace those glowing symbols in the water above my chest, each gesture leaving trails of blue fire that hover in the liquid like trapped lightning. I feel something responding within me, a cold that starts in my heart and spreads outward through my veins like ice forming on a winter pond. My breath comes in short gasps, and the taste of honey salt water grows bitter on my tongue. But then, faint as a whisper, but clear as a bell, I hear it. Theron's voice drifting through the water, carrying one of the festival tunes we danced to just hours ago. The melody wavers and distorts as it travels through the liquid medium, but I know it instantly. It's the song we were singing when the spirits first rose from the waves, the last music we shared in the beautiful world of the living. I begin to hum along, my voice barely audible above the priests chanting, but the effect is immediate. The blue fire symbols falter, their glow flickering like candles in a strong wind. The priest's eyes widen with something that just might be surprise or fear, and his skeletal hands pause in their ritual gestures. "What is this?" he hisses, leaning closer. "What warmth do you carry that burns away the cold truth? What fire do you harbour that melts the ice of certainty?" "Love," I whisper, continuing to hum the festival melody, even as my bound limbs grow numb with cold. "Love and hope, and the promise of spring after winter. Things you've forgotten in your halls of endless sorrow." The children around us begin to echo my humming, their voices joining mine in a harmony that grows stronger with each note. They remember this music, I realise. Not the specific song, perhaps, but the feeling it carries. The joy of celebration, the warmth of shared melody, the simple pleasure of voices raised together in happiness rather than lament. The priest recoils as if struck, his burning eyes wide with something that could be recognition or terror. "Impossible," he breathes. The warmth. It burns. It remembers. He looks at the children clustering around me, their forms growing more solid, more real as they sing. They remember the taste of milk and honey. They remember mother's lullabies. One of the little girls reaches out and touches the priest's robes with her translucent fingers. "Pretty music," she says softly, "like before the cold, like when the sun made shadows on the nursery floor." For a moment, something flickers in those burning blue eyes, a ghost of the person he was before death, and centuries of sorrow stripped away his humanity. His skeletal hand trembles as he reaches toward the child, then stops, clenching into a fist. "No," he says, his voice cracking like ice under pressure. "No, the old songs are forbidden. The warm words are poison. Only the lament remains, only the endless choir of what was lost." He turns away from us, his robes billowing in the current as he glides back into the deeper shadows of the necropolis. But I can hear him humming as he goes, just a few bars of the festival tune, so quiet I might have imagined it, before his voice dissolves back into the eternal chorus of the drowned. The children remain clustered around me, their pearl-black eyes bright with something I hadn't seen before: hope. They continue humming the melody, their voices growing stronger and more confident, and I feel warmth returning to my limbs despite the kelp bindings. Somewhere in the distance, Theron's voice grows clearer, and I know he's getting closer. "Keep singing," I tell the children, my own voice growing stronger. "Keep remembering the warmth. Keep holding on to the light." And in the drowned halls where sorrow reigns eternal, the sound of children's laughter begins to echo once again.
Chapter 7. Theron. The descent into the necropolis feels like diving through liquid night itself, my weighted belt carrying me down past layers of history written in stone and bone. The rope from the prayer stone trails behind me like a lifeline to the world above, its blessed fibers glowing faintly in the phosphorescent gloom. My lantern cuts a narrow path through the darkness, revealing glimpses of architecture that defies mortal comprehension, corridors that twist like the inside of a conch shell, walls draped with what looks like silk, but moves with the fluid grace of living kelp. The water here tastes different than Miltar's clean harbor, thick with minerals and something else, something that coats my tongue with the flavor of old copper and forgotten prayers. Weed ribbons drift through the corridors like banners from a war fought in dreams, their surfaces inscribed with runes that seem to shift and change when I'm not looking directly at them. I pause at a junction where 3 passages meet, each one leading deeper into the heart of this drowned city. The walls here are lined with mirrors of slick obsidian, their surfaces reflecting not my image but something else. Shadows that move independently, shapes that suggest forms I don't want to recognize. My reflection looks wrong in these mirrors, distorted and strange, as if the glass shows not what I am but what I might become if I linger too long in this place. "Guide me, Zukiev," I whisper, my voice sending ripples through the thick water. "Show me the path to her heart." I begin to sing, a lead chant that my ever-patient grandfather taught me, one of the old working songs we used to guide ships through treacherous currents. The melody has power in it, authority earned through generations of sailors who trusted their lives to its rhythm. My voice carries through the water like hands shaping the tide, and I feel the currents respond to my call. Through the channel dark and deep, trust the song to guide your way. Where the ancient waters sleep, follow music, do not stray. The water around me begins to move with purpose, silt swirling away from the passages to reveal their true nature. The left corridor shows signs of collapse, its ceiling buckled and dangerous. The right one leads upward, away from where I need to go. But the center passage, that one calls to me, its current flowing in rhythm with my song. As I swim deeper into the chosen corridor, bone lanterns flare to life along the walls, not the warm yellow flame of the living world, but a cold blue radiance that illuminates without warming. They bow away from my voice as I pass, as if the music I carry burns them like acid. Their light reveals carvings on the walls, scenes of dark elf nobility in their glory days, their faces proud and cruel, their hands raised in gestures of command over lesser races. But the faces in these carvings are wrong somehow, their eyes too wide, their mouths open in expressions that might be singing or screaming. As my song continues, I see moisture beading on the carved stone. Not water, but something that looks disturbingly like tears. A spectral sentry materializes from an alcove ahead, its form more solid than the drifting shades I've seen before. It wears the remnants of armor that might once have been magnificent, bronze plates green with verdigris, a helm crowned with the antlers of some deep-sea creature. Its eyes burn with the same cold fire as the bone lanterns, and when it sees me, it draws a sword that gleams like captured starlight. The sentry moves to block my path, its blade raised in challenge. It speaks no words, but I hear its voice in my mind, a demand for passage price, for proof of worthiness to enter the deeper halls. This was a guardian in life, bound by oath stronger than death to protect what lies beyond. I switch my song to a hammering work song, something with the force of storm waves and the rhythm of ships' hammers shaping bronze. The melody carries the weight of honest labor, of strength earned through sweat and brotherhood, of power that serves rather than dominates. Strike the metal, shape the steel, forge the tools that serve the just. Let the hammer's honest peal break the bonds of greed and lust. The sentry staggers as my voice hits it like a physical blow, its spectral form wavering like smoke in a high wind. The sword in its hand begins to crack, hairline fractures spreading across the blade as the music continues. This creature was bound to protect the Dark Elves' treasures, their hoarded wealth and stolen power. But my song speaks of different values, of strength used to build rather than destroy. The sentry's form begins to dissolve, its armor falling away like shed scales. But as it fades, I see something unexpected in those burning eyes. Not anger or hatred, but relief. Perhaps it was tired of standing guard over the greed of the dead. Perhaps it wanted to rest at last. As the last echoes of the work song fade, the sentry crumbles into bubbles that rise toward the distant surface. Where it stood, a trail of ancient coins lies scattered on the passage floor, bronze and silver pieces bearing the faces of long-dead dark elf kings. I gather a few, not for their value but as proof of passage, tokens that might serve me in the trials ahead. The corridor opens into a vast chamber, whose ceiling disappears into darkness above. Gardens of black coral and bone-white anemones line the walls, tended by smaller shades who flee at my approach. The water here moves in slow spirals, carrying with it the sound of distant music, not the harsh laments I expected, but something softer, almost familiar. As I swim toward the far side of the chamber, following the current my song has created, I catch sight of something that causes my heart to jump with desperate hope. There, snagged on an outcropping of coral, flutters a strip of red silk, the same color as Eurydice's dress, the same shade as the ribbon she wove into my mane just hours ago. I grab the silk with shaking hands, pressing it to my face and breathing in her scent. She was here. She passed this way, alive enough to leave a sign for me to follow. The fabric is still warm with her touch, still carries the faint fragrance of lavender soap and hope. "I'm coming, my love," I whisper, tucking it carefully into my belt. "I hear your voice in the darkness. I follow your light through the shadow." Ahead, the passage forks again, but this time the choice is clear. The current flows toward the left, carrying with it the sound of children's voices raised in song. Not lament, but something that sounds almost like joy. And threading through that chorus, faint but unmistakable, I hear Eurydice humming a melody I know by heart. Our festival song, our dance, our promise of love that endures beyond winter's darkest night. I swim toward that sound, my own voice rising to join the distant chorus, the shell bell in my hand chiming soft as falling snow. The escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 8. Eurydice. The kelp shackles around my wrists and ankles pulse with their own cold life, tightening whenever I move too quickly or speak too loudly. My skin has gone numb where they touch, and I can feel something spreading up my arms. Not quite cold, not quite pain, but a creeping emptiness that makes my thoughts slow and distant. The children cluster around me still, their pearl-black eyes watching with the intensity of cats studying prey, though their intentions seem more curious than malicious. The pretty lady grows quiet, observes the little girl with shells in her hair. She tilts her head, and the shells chime like tiny bells. The deep sleep comes to all who linger. Soon you'll forget the warm place above. I won't forget, I whisper, though even as I say the words, I can feel memories slipping away like sand through my fingers. What was the name of my favourite flower? What did fresh bread smell like? The details of my life before this place blur and fade, leaving only vague impressions of warmth and light. But Theron's voice, that remains clear and strong, growing closer with each passing moment. I focus on that sound like a drowning woman focuses on driftwood, letting it anchor me to who I am, who I was, who I refuse to stop being. A drowned bell tolls somewhere in the depths of the necropolis, its bronze voice carrying a different note than the ones that rang in Milthar's harbour just hours ago. This bell sounds hungry, hollow, like it's calling the dead to some terrible feast. The moment its voice touches the water, every shade in the vicinity freezes, their translucent forms going rigid as statues. The tide herald calls, breathes the boy with barnacles on his face. Someone new walks the deep roads, someone who still carries the taste of sky wind in their lungs. The children begin to drift away from me, drawn by some compulsion I can't understand. Their forms grow more translucent as they move, fading back into the phosphorescent gloom until only their voices remain. Whispers in a language that might be dark elvish, or might be something older and stranger still. I'm alone again, bound to this pillar of carved stone, while the necropolis breathes around me like a living thing. The kelp chains seem to sense my isolation and grow tighter, sending fresh waves of numbness up my arms. My heartbeat slows to match the rhythm of the tide, and I feel my thoughts growing sluggish as honey in winter. But I still have my voice. They haven't taken that from me yet. I time my breathing to the distant sound of Theron's singing, using his rhythm as a lifeline. When I'm sure the cadence is right, I take as deep a breath as the kelp chains will allow and begin to hum. Not loudly enough to draw the attention of the greater shades, but just loud enough for someone who knows my voice to hear. The melody I choose is one he taught me himself, a simple sailor's tune about finding safe harbour after a long voyage. I remember the night he first sang it to me, how his voice rumbled through his chest as I lay with my head against his shoulder, how the vibration of it made me feel safe and cherished, in a way I'd never experienced before. When the storm winds cease their howling, and the waves grow smooth and still, guide me home through darkest water, by your love and by your will. The words emerge as barely more than whispered breath, but they carry across the water with surprising clarity. Almost immediately, I hear an answering echo, Theron's voice taking up the harmony, his bass notes weaving around my soprano like strong arms wrapping around a frightened heart. The kelp chains loosen slightly, as if the music confuses them. Whatever dark magic binds them seems to falter when confronted with something pure and living and warm. I take advantage of the momentary slack to work at one of the knots with my teeth, gnawing at the slimy fronds like a mouse chewing through rope. The taste is vile, salt and decay, and something that might once have been flowers, all gone rotten in the depths. But I persist, spitting out fragments of kelp and humming between bites. Each note I sing seems to weaken the bindings a little more, as if the music itself is poison to whatever holds me here. A crack appears in the pillar where the kelp chains anchor me, running from the base to somewhere above my head. The stone is old, older than the dark elf city itself, and the constant pressure of binding captives has finally taken its toll. I wedge the red ribbon from my hair into the crack, working it deeper with my fingernails until it catches on something inside the stone. Find me by the red silk, I think, remembering a story Theron once told me about sailors leaving signs for rescue parties. Find me by the red ribbon, my golden bull. Follow the thread of my voice through this maze of sorrow. The ribbon holds, its bright colour a small flag of defiance in this realm of grey shadows and phosphorescent decay. If, when, Theron reaches this place, he'll see it and know I was here, know I fought to leave him a trail to follow. The distant bell tolls again, and this time I feel its vibration in my bones. Something is moving through the necropolis, something large enough to disturb the settled silt of centuries. The shades around me grow agitated, their forms flickering like candle flames in a draughty room. But through it all, Theron's voice continues to grow stronger, his song a constant thread of warmth in this tapestry of cold. He's navigating the labyrinth, following whatever signs I can leave, trusting in the bond between us to guide him true. I close my eyes and let his voice wash over me, using its strength to push back against the creeping numbness in my limbs. The kelp chains may hold my body, but my spirit, my love, my hope, my determination to see him again, that remains free. And somewhere in the drowned halls of this ancient city, I hear the sound of children laughing, their voices bright with remembered joy as they echo the melody Theron and I share. The dead may hunger for the warmth of the living, but they've forgotten something important. Love is not just warmth to be consumed. It's fire that spreads, light that kindles other lights, song that teaches silence how to sing. I hum a little louder, and the crack in the pillar spreads a little further.
Chapter 9. Theron. The current carries me through a corridor lined with murals that shimmer in my lantern light like wet paint. To my left, scenes of winter hunts unfold across the stone. Dark elves on horseback pursuing creatures I recognize from the mountains near Milthar, their faces twisted with bloodlust and cruel joy. To my right, a different kind of scene. A choir of figures with their mouths open in eternal song, their carved faces bearing expressions of ecstasy and despair in equal measure. The choice between the passages feels weighted with meaning. The hunt speaks of violence and conquest, of taking what you want by force. The choir speaks of music and harmony, of voices joined in common purpose. Even as my warrior's instincts urge me toward the familiar territory of battle, I know which path will lead me to Eurydice. Music calls to music, I murmur, swimming toward the choir passage. Song finds song, even in the depths. I begin a hunting round, not the violent pursuit depicted in the murals, but something gentler, older, A song my father taught me about tracking wounded deer through winter forests, about patience and persistence, and the careful art of following a trail that others might miss. My voice rises and falls in the ancient pattern, each verse building on the last, creating a net of sound that spreads through the water around me. Track by track through winter wood, read the signs in snow and mud, follow where the shy heart goes a patient as the morning rose. The melody masks my approach while simultaneously calling to her, and I hear it working almost immediately. The carved figures in the choir frieze seem to turn their heads slightly, their stone mouths moving as if trying to echo my song. The water grows warmer, and phosphorescent fish begin to gather around my lantern, their bodies pulsing in rhythm with my voice. Then I see it, a flash of red caught in a formation of black coral, bright as fresh blood against the bone-white polyps. My heart pounds so hard I nearly lose the rhythm of my song, but I maintain the melody as I swim closer. Red silk, torn from something larger, flutters in the current like a prayer flag. The fabric is unmistakably from Eurydice's dress, still carrying her scent beneath the salt and brine. I press it to my face, breathing in the faint traces of lavender soap and the perfume oil she wears on special occasions. Hope punches through my chest like a physical blow, so powerful it steals my breath. "Found you," I whisper to the silk, tucking it carefully into my belt. "Soon I'll find the red ribbon you left in the pillar crack, my clever love." As I continue through the passage, dead currents begin to press against me, strange, unnatural flows that seem designed to steal sound from the water. They wrap around my throat like cold fingers, trying to choke off my voice before it can fully form. When I try to sing the hunting round, the notes come out strangled and weak, barely carrying beyond my own lips. I switch tactics, reaching for a different kind of song, a cradle song my mother used to sing when I was small and frightened by winter storms. The melody is simple but pure, with a warmth that seems to cut through the dead currents like sunlight through fog. "Sleep now, sweet child of storm and sea. Safe in these arms you'll be. When the winds cease their cry, dawn paints the morning sky. The lullaby works where the hunting song failed, its gentle power flowing around the dead currents instead of fighting them directly. The water warms by several degrees, and I feel the oppressive weight of the necropolis lifting slightly. Somewhere ahead, I hear an answering hum, faint but unmistakable, carrying the harmony that only Eurydice knows. She's alive. She's conscious. She's singing our song back to me through the dark water, and the sound of her voice is more precious than any treasure the dark elves might have hoarded in their drowned city. The passage ahead brightens with a different kind of phosphorescence, not the sickly green of decay, but something warmer, more golden. The cradle song seems to awaken sleeping beauties in the coral formations, causing them to bloom with colors I've never seen in the depths before. Tiny fish dart between the polyps like living jewels, their scales catching my lantern light and throwing it around in rainbow patterns. I follow the warming current, my voice growing steadier with each verse of the lullaby. The dead currents fall away behind me, unable to maintain their grip in the presence of such pure, living music. My shell bell chimes in harmony with my song, its clear tone slicing through water like a beacon. "I'm coming, Eurydice," I sing softly, letting her name weave through the melody. "Hold on to the warmth, hold on to the light. Don't let them make you forget who you are." The passage curves ahead, and I can see the faint glow of phosphorescent gardens beyond. But more importantly, I can hear her voice growing clearer, stronger, more real with every stroke of my arms through the water. She's close now, close enough that I might reach her before the necropolis claims what remains of her warmth. I swim faster, the cradle song pouring from my throat like liquid gold, calling her back from whatever darkness has tried to claim her.
Chapter 10. Eurydice. Tiny lanternfish begin to circle me as I continue humming the sailor's tune, their translucent bodies pulsing with soft bioluminescence that responds to the rhythm of my voice. They move like living stars in the perpetual twilight of the necropolis, and when one dares to drift close enough, I cup my bound hands to catch it. The little creature settles into my palm like a warm stone, its light growing brighter at my touch. "You're beautiful," I whisper to the fish, marvelling at the way its scales shimmer with colours that have no names. "Do you remember sunlight? Do you remember the taste of surface water, clean and bright?" The lanternfish pulses once, brilliantly, as if responding to my words. Its light seems to push back against the creeping numbness in my limbs, and I feel a spark of warmth return to my fingertips. When I whisper Theron's name, the creature glows even brighter, its radiance cutting through the gloom like a tiny beacon. "You hear him too, don't you?" I murmur, watching as more lanternfish gather around us, drawn by the quiet sound of my voice and the promise of living warmth. "He's coming for me. He's singing his way through your dark halls, and nothing the dead can do will stop him." The fish dart and weave around me in patterns that almost look like writing, symbols of light traced against the darkness, messages I can't quite read but somehow understand. They're trying to tell me something, these small survivors in a realm of death. They're trying to show me the way. Footsteps echo through the water, or what passes for footsteps in this liquid realm. The priest shade returns, his tattered robes billowing around him like dark wings. In his skeletal hands, he carries an obsidian circlet studded with what look like black pearls, but as he draws closer, I see they're not pearls at all. They're eyes, the eyes of the drowned, captured and preserved in the dark stone. "The crown of sorrows," he intones, his voice holding the weight of centuries. Every soul claimed by the deep halls adds their sight to this holy relic. You will wear it proudly, child of the surface. You will see the world as we see it, endless, grey, without hope of dawn. He approaches with the circlet raised, moving with the terrible patience of one who has all eternity to complete his work. The black eyes in the crown seem to track my movements, blinking in unison like some horrible compound organ. I can feel their collective gaze pressing against my mind, trying to show me visions of despair and loss. "No," I whisper, pressing myself back against the pillar as far as the kelp chains will allow. "I won't wear your crown. I won't see the world through dead eyes." The priest pauses, tilting his head as if listening to something only he can hear. The obsidian circlet trembles in his hands, and for a moment the black eyes seem uncertain, their gaze wavering like candle flames in a breeze. "What is that sound?" he murmurs, his burning blue eyes narrowing. "What warmth disturbs the sacred silence of our halls?" That's when I hear it too, Theron's voice, clear and strong, carrying a lullaby through the water like honey poured over stone. The melody is one I know by heart, a cradle song he hummed when nightmares woke me during the storm season. His voice wraps around me like arms, like safety, like home. The priest recoils as if struck, the crown of sorrows slipping from his fingers. The obsidian circlet sinks toward the seafloor, its black eyes blinking frantically as it falls. Where Theron's lullaby touches the water, small flowers of light bloom, phosphorescent algae awakening from centuries of sleep, responding to the pure warmth in his voice. "Impossible," the priest breathes, his form becoming more translucent as the lullaby continues. "The songs of the living are poison here. They burn our ears, sear our eyes, make us remember what we lost." "Then maybe it's time to remember," I say, finding my own voice and adding my harmony to Theron's distant melody. "Maybe it's time to stop mourning what was and start hoping for what could be." The lanternfish around me pulse in unison, their combined light creating a sphere of golden radiance that pushes back against the eternal twilight. The kelp chains binding me grow looser with each note, as if the music is teaching them to forget their purpose. I begin to sing more clearly now, letting my voice carry across the drowned halls. "Sleep now, precious child of storm and sea. Safe within my arms you'll be when the wild howling winds cease their cry. dawn will colour the morning sky. The priest staggers backward, his hands pressed to his ears, as if my voice causes him physical pain. Around us, other shades begin to emerge from their hiding places, not the mindless spectres I've grown accustomed to, but something more aware, more present. They move like people walking from deep sleep, their forms becoming more solid as the lullaby reaches them. "The children," one whispers, a female shade with the pointed ears of dark elf nobility. I hear children singing. My children. Are they here? Are they safe? "The bells," murmurs another, this one wearing the rotted remnants of a sailor's coat. I hear harbour bells. Does that mean the ships are coming home? The priest tries to speak, to reassert his authority over the congregation of the dead, but no words emerge from his throat. The lullaby has stolen his voice, just as his rituals tried to steal mine. He points one trembling finger at me, his burning eyes wide with something that looks like terror or wonder. But I'm no longer looking at him. My attention is fixed on the passage beyond the coral gardens, where a golden light grows steadily brighter. The light moves with purpose, cutting through the dim water with the rhythm of powerful strokes, and I know that glow. I know the sound that accompanies it, the deep bass voice that makes my heart leap with joy and relief. "Theron," I whisper, and the lanternfish explode into brilliant radiance around me, their light answering the approaching beacon like stars calling to the sun. He's almost here. He's found me in this maze of sorrow and death, guided by nothing but love and the melodious sound of my voice. The kelp chains feel loose as silk around my wrists now, and I know that when he arrives, nothing in all the halls will be strong enough to hold me.
Chapter 11. Theron. The passage ahead opens into what must have once been a vast treasure chamber, its dome ceiling supported by marble columns carved to resemble giant kelp fronds. But this is no ordinary vault. It's a chamber of tithes, where the drowned demand payment from any who would pass deeper into their realm. Hundreds of offerings hang suspended in the water, pinned to the walls and ceiling by harpoons of black iron, golden trinkets, silver goblets, weapons of rare metals, and stranger things I cannot name. The sight stops me cold. Each offering represents someone who tried to navigate these depths before me, someone who paid the price demanded by the dead, and either succeeded in their quest or failed and joined the eternal choir. The water here feels thick as syrup, resistant to movement, and I understand that this chamber will not let me pass without tribute. "What price for a living man's passage?" I call out to the shadows, my voice echoing strangely in the vaulted space. "What toll do the drowned demand?" A sound answers me, not words, but a low thrumming that might be laughter or weeping. The harpoons begin to vibrate in their holdings, causing the suspended treasures to sway and chime like a massive wind chime orchestra. The melody they create is haunting and discordant, each note sharp with the desperation of those who gave up their most precious possessions to buy safe passage. I start to sing a stevedore haul, one of the work songs we used on the docks to move heavy cargo, to coordinate the efforts of many hands working in unison. The melody is strong and steady, built for lifting weights and moving obstacles, for the kind of honest labor that builds rather than destroys. "Heave away, my lads, heave away, lift the burden, earn your pay, strong backs bend but never break, pull together for love's sake." As my voice fills the chamber, something extraordinary happens. The harpoons begin to respond to the rhythm, their vibrations growing more organized, more purposeful. One by one, they start to unpin themselves from the walls and ceiling, the iron spears sliding free of their holdings as if drawn by invisible hands. The treasures they once secured drift away into the darkness, no longer bound to this place of eternal taxation. A shade materializes in the center of the chamber, different from the others I've encountered. This one moves with purpose, its form more solid, more aware. It watches me with ancient eyes that hold neither malice nor kindness, only a terrible patience. When it speaks, its voice carries the authority of a customs officer who has processed 1,000 souls. You sing of honest work, it says, tilting its head as if puzzled by the concept. Of labor freely given, wages fairly earned. But this is the realm of the taken, the stolen, the hoarded. What tribute do you offer for passage, child of the surface? I could offer gold. I have the coins I gathered from the dissolved century. I could promise treasures from Milthar's vaults, or pledge my service to the drowned in exchange for safe passage. But something in the Shade's manner tells me it hungers for a different kind of payment. I offer this, I say, and begin to sing again. But this time, I let the Shade echo my lead. I teach it the harmony, show it how voices can work together instead of competing. The stevedore hall becomes a duet, then something richer as other shades emerge from the shadows to join our impromptu choir. The work song takes on new dimensions as the dead learn to sing it. They remember what it meant to labor alongside others, to share the burden and divide the reward. For a few precious moments, the chamber of tithes fills with the sound of cooperation instead of greed, of community instead of hoarding. The watching shade nods slowly, and I see something like approval in its ancient features. Your tribute is accepted, it says, and gestures toward a sluice gate I hadn't noticed before. Pass freely, singer, but know that the deeper halls demand higher prices still. The gate groans open, revealing a tunnel that slopes downward into even greater darkness. I bow to the shade, respect where respect is due, and swim toward the opening. Behind me, the chamber of tithes continues to ring with voices learning to harmonize, the dead remembering what it means to sing together. But as I pass through the sluice, I hear it slam shut behind me with the finality of a tomb ceiling. The message is clear. There is no retreat from this path. The only way out of the necropolis is through its heart, where Eurydice waits and the greatest trials await. I press the red ribbon around my wrist to my lips, breathing in the faint traces of her scent that still linger there. I'm coming, my love, I whisper in the darkness ahead. Every gate you open, every song you teach the dead, brings me closer to your voice. The tunnel stretches before me, and somewhere in its depths, I can hear the faintest echo of children singing, and threading through their chorus like silver through shadow, the unmistakable harmony of my beloved calling me home.
Chapter 12. Eurydice. A maiden shade drifts toward me through the coral gardens, her movements graceful as a dancer even in death. Her pale hair floats around her shoulders like sea foam, and she wears the remnants of what was once a beautiful gown. Silk that has been turned to tatters by centuries beneath the waves. In her translucent hands, she carries a comb made of coral, its teeth carved with delicate precision that speaks of master craftsmanship from ages past. Such lovely hair, she sighs, her voice like wind through empty chambers. Dark as kelp forests, soft as the memory of sunlight. You must be beautiful when he arrives, dear one. Beauty calls to beauty, even in the depths. There's something achingly sad about her manner, a loneliness that radiates from her like cold from ice. She approaches without threat, only longing, and I understand that this poor creature hasn't had anyone to tend to in longer than memory serves. The drowned children scattered when the priest shade appeared, but this one seems immune to such fears, or perhaps her need is stronger than her caution. Be pretty when he arrives, she whispers, positioning herself behind me as if I were seated at a vanity instead of bound to a pillar of ancient stone. Her fingers work through my tangled hair with surprising gentleness, the coral comb sliding through the strands with barely a pull. Let me make you lovely for your golden bull. Let me remember what it was to prepare a bride. I don't resist her ministrations. The maiden shade's touch is cold but not cruel, and there's something almost motherly in the way she works. Each stroke of the comb seems to unknot more than just my hair. It loosens some of the despair that has been gathering around my heart like frost. You were someone's bride once, I say softly, trying not to startle her with sudden movement. Weren't you? You remember what it was like to prepare for love. Her hands pause in my hair, and for a moment, her form grows more solid, more real. I was to marry in the spring, she murmurs, her voice indicating the weight of centuries-old grief. White flowers in my hair, my mother's pearls at my throat. But the city fell before the ceremonies could be completed. The sea took us all, bride and groom, families and friends. None of us ever made it to the altar. The coral comb moves through my hair again, each stroke a ritual of memory and loss. She begins to hum as she works, not the harsh lament that echoes through most of the necropolis, but something softer, sweeter. A wedding song, perhaps, or a lullaby meant for children she never had. What was his name? I ask gently. Your intended? Valen, she breathes, and the name carries such longing that it makes my heart ache. He had eyes like summer storms and hands that could coax music from stone. We were to build a garden together, raise children together, grow old together beneath the stars. The sadness in her voice is overwhelming, but I hear something else too, a flicker of warmth, of joy remembered even through the veil of death. Love endures, I realise. Even here, even drowned and lost, love endures. I have someone like that, I tell her, feeling tears prick my eyes. Theron, he's coming for me now, singing his way through your halls. He won't let the dead keep me. The maiden shades hands still again, and when she speaks, her voice holds a note of wonder. You truly believe he will reach you. You truly think love can bridge the immense gap between life and death. I know it can, I say with quiet certainty. I can hear his voice growing stronger. Can you hear it? That deep bass cutting right through the water like sunlight through shadow. She tilts her head, listening, and I see her form flicker as hope wars with despair. I think I do hear something. Music that doesn't sound like mourning. Music that sounds like wedding songs. I finish for her. Like the melodies you would have danced to on your special day. A single tear slides down her pale cheek, the first genuine tear I've seen in this place of endless sorrow. She reaches into the remnants of her gown and produces something that makes my breath catch. A hairpin made of bone and silver, carved with tiny flowers that must have taken months to complete. For luck, she says, securing the bone and silver pin in my newly combed hair. The pin feels warm against my scalp, infused with the maiden shade's desperate hope. As she steps back to admire her work, I test the kelp bindings again and find them looser than before. Her presence, her kindness, her memory of love. All of it seems to weaken whatever dark magic holds me to this pillar. When he finds you, she whispers, tell him that not all who dwell in the depths have forgotten beauty. Tell him that some of us still recall what it looks like to hope. Theron's voice reaches us then, clearer than before, carrying the work song that opened the chamber of tithes. The maiden shade gasps, her form becoming briefly solid as the music touches her. He truly comes, she breathes. Your golden bull truly sings his way to you. Perhaps love is stronger than the tide after all. As she fades back into the shadows, I call after her. What shall I tell him your name was? How shall I remember you? Lyra Lee, she says, her voice already growing distant. I was Lyra Lee, who would have been a bride in spring. And then she's gone, leaving only the coral comb floating in the water beside me and the silver hairpin warm in my hair, tokens of love remembered, gifts from one who never gave up hoping for her own reunion, even in the depths of despair.
Chapter 13. Theron. The tunnel slopes ever downward, carrying me through passages that grow stranger with each stroke of my arms. The water here has an odd quality, Not quite liquid, not quite air, but something in between that makes my movements feel both sluggish and weightless at once. My lantern throws long shadows on walls carved with symbols I don't recognize, though they pulse with a faint inner light that responds to my voice when I sing. Ahead, the passage opens into what can only be a shrine of some kind. A single column of salt stone rises from the seafloor, carved in the likeness of a winter stag with antlers that spread like frozen branches. The craftsmanship is exquisite, every detail rendered with loving care, from the texture of the stag's coat to the wise sadness in its ancient eyes. This is no dark elf work, I realize. This predates their civilization, perhaps by centuries. I pause before the shrine, feeling the weight of ages pressing down on me like the depth of the sea itself. The stag's gaze seems to follow me as I circle the column, and I notice that offerings have been left here, not the gold and jewels that filled the chamber of tithes, but simpler things. Shells arranged in careful patterns, flowers that have somehow retained their color despite the crushing depths. Wreaths of kelp woven with the same care that Eurydice put into the evergreen crown she made for my horns. The thought of her wreath brings a sharp pang of longing. I reach up to touch it where it still sits among my horns, the pine and holly somehow holding their scent even in this alien realm. On impulse, I lift it free and place it at the base of the shrine, adding my offering to those left by others who passed this way. "Great stag of the deep currents," I whisper, the words coming from some half-remembered prayer my grandfather taught me. "Guardian of the paths between, accept this token of my devotion. Guide me to the one I seek, and grant me the strength to bring her safely home." The moment my wreath touches the salt stone, the stag's carved eye flashes with inner light, just for an instant, but bright enough to make my breath catch. The offerings around the base begin to glow with the same soft radiance, and I hear something that might be a sigh of satisfaction echoing through the water. An eddy clears the silt from the shrine's base, revealing something making my heart dance with hope. Footprints in the settled sediment, small and narrow, with the distinctive sole pattern of Eurydice's festival boots. She was here. She passed this shrine, perhaps leaving her own offering to the ancient guardian. I begin to circle the column again, singing a low blessing that my mother taught me, a song for safe travels and protected journeys. As my voice rises, the water around the shrine grows clearer, and I see more signs of her passage. A strand of dark hair caught on a piece of coral, the faint impression of her hand on the salt stone where she might have steadied herself. "Bless the path and guard the way. Light the darkness, lead astray. All who seek to do us harm, keep the faithful safe from storm." The blessing seems to resonate with the shrine's ancient power. The stag's antlers begin to glow more brightly, and I feel a current stirring beneath me, not the chaotic flows that tried to pull me off course, but something purposeful and gentle. It tugs at my wreath, trying to pull it away from the shrine's base. At first I resist, wanting to leave my offering where I placed it. But then I understand. The shrine doesn't want to keep my wreath. It wants to return it to me, blessed and sanctified for the trials ahead. I let the current carry the evergreen crown back to my hands, and when I place it on my horns again, it feels different. Lighter somehow, but also stronger. Protected. A new passage yawns open beyond the shrine, one I hadn't noticed before. Its entrance is rimmed with crystals of frost salt that chime softly in the current, creating a melody that harmonizes with my blessing song. The water flowing from this passage carries a different quality. Warmer, more alive, tinged with the faint phosphorescence of living things rather than the cold glow of decay. I bow to the winter stag, pressing my hand to the salt stone in a gesture of gratitude and respect. "Thank you for your guidance, Ancient One. I will not forget your blessing." As I swim toward the new passage, the frost salt crystals chime louder, their music joining my voice in a harmony that seems to call out across the vast spaces of the necropolis. Somewhere in the distance, I hear an answering melody, faint but unmistakable, sung in a voice I would recognize across any distance. Eurydice calling my name through the blessed waters, her song growing stronger as I follow the path the winter stag has opened for me. The current carries me forward, and with each stroke, I feel the distance between us shrinking. The shrine's blessing flows through my veins like liquid starlight, and I know that nothing, not the dead, not the dark, not the deepest terrors of the drowned realm, will stop me from reaching her now.
Chapter 14. Eurydice. The blessed warmth from Lorelai's hairpin spreads through my scalp like sunlight on winter morning, and for the first time since my capture, I feel truly hopeful. The kelp chains at my wrists have loosened enough that I can work my fingers into the knots, picking at the slimy fronds with renewed determination. Each strand I loosen feels like a small victory against the darkness that wants to claim me. I glimpse movement across the broken dome of what was once a grand hall, and my heart leaps as I catch sight of a familiar silhouette moving through the phosphorescent gloom. Golden mane streaming in the current, massive shoulders cutting through the water with powerful strokes. It's unmistakably Theron, following some passage I cannot see from here. "Theron!" I call out, but my voice emerges as barely more than a whisper in this liquid realm. The distance swallows the sound before it can reach him, but I see him pause, his head turning as if he heard something at the very edge of perception. I hum his name instead, letting the melody carry where my voice cannot. The tune is one we shared during harvest festivals in Milthar, when the fishing boats returned heavy with their catch and the whole harbour rang with celebration. My soprano rises clear and sweet through the water, and I watch as his golden head turns toward the sound, like a compass needle finding true north. The shades around me grow agitated at my singing, their forms flickering like candle flames in a breeze. They press closer, their hollow gazes fixed on my face, but they don't try to silence me. Instead, they seem drawn to the melody, moving in slow circles around my pillar like moths around a lantern. "Pretty music," whispers one, a child shade with seaweed hair. "Warm music, like Mother used to sing before the deep sleep came." Others echo the sentiment, their voices creating a strange harmony that both supports and haunts my song. They remember music, I realise. They remember what it was to sing for joy instead of lament, and my voice awakens those buried memories like spring water melting winter ice. I work faster at the kelp bindings, using the distraction of my singing to mask the movement of my hands. The fronds are ancient and tough, but the silver hairpin helps, its pointed end sharp enough to pierce the rotting kelp and create leverage for my fingers. Black sap bleeds from the severed strands, pooling around the base of the pillar like spilled ink. A new sound reaches me through the water, the chiming of frost-salt crystals, clear and bright as temple bells. The shades freeze at the sound, their heads turning toward its source with expressions of wonder and fear. I know that music, though I've never heard it before. It carries the same blessing power that flows through Milthar's sacred places, the same protective warmth that emanates from objects touched by divine grace. "He found the old shrine," breathes a maiden shade with flowers in her hair. "The winter stag has blessed his path. O child of the surface, your golden bull carries the light of the ancient powers now." Hope flares in my chest like a struck flame. If Theron has been blessed by whatever guardians watch over this place, then perhaps we truly have a chance. Perhaps love and faith and stubborn determination really can overcome the hunger of the dead. I hum louder, letting my voice carry across the ruins with renewed confidence. The melody soars through collapsed archways and over broken walls, threading between the coral gardens where phosphorescent blooms pulse in rhythm with my song. I pour all my love into the music, my memories of dancing with him beneath festival lanterns, of sharing quiet mornings wrapped in his warmth, of the promises we whispered to each other in the darkness. The kelp chains loosen further, the blessing music seeming to weaken whatever dark magic holds them together. I manage to slip one hand free, then work frantically to untie the bonds around my other wrist. The silver hairpin proves invaluable, its blessed metal cutting through the rotting kelp like a knife through paper. But even as I work to free myself, I feel the necropolis responding to the growing connection between Theron and me. The water grows colder, the shadows deeper. Somewhere in the distance, I hear the priest shade's voice raised in angry incantation, calling upon powers older and darker than the winter stag's blessing. "Hurry," I whisper to myself, attacking the last few strands of kelp with desperate urgency. "Hurry before they realise what's happening." A drowned child slips something cold and smooth into my newly freed hand, a shell polished to mirror brightness, its surface inscribed with symbols that pulse with faint light. For the warm songs that make us remember. I clutch the shell like a talisman, feeling its power join with the hairpin's blessing. The combined radiance pushes back against the creeping cold, creating a sphere of warmth around me that the shadows cannot penetrate. In the distance, Theron's voice grows stronger, and I know he's found whatever path the shrine opened for him. The sound of his singing makes the kelp chains around my ankles grow slack, and I realise with a surge of joy that I might actually be able to free myself before he arrives. "Almost there," I whisper, working at the final knots. "Hold on, my golden bull. I'm not going to be a captive when you find me. I'm going to meet you halfway." The shell in my hand pulses brighter, and somewhere in the phosphorescent gloom, I hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats cutting through the water like thunder through the deep.
Chapter 15. Theron. The archive trench yawns before me like a wound in the seafloor, its walls lined with countless scrolls of sea silk that drift and undulate in the current like living things. Each scroll glows with a sickly phosphorescence, and as I draw closer I can see that they're covered in dark elf runes that seem to writhe and shift when I'm not looking directly at them. The water here feels different, thinner, hungrier, as if it wants to steal more than just warmth from my body. The trench is narrow, forcing me to swim single file through a corridor of hanging scrolls that brush against my shoulders like grasping fingers. Each touch sends a chill through my fur, and I realize with growing unease that these aren't ordinary records. They're curse scrolls, repositories of dark magic that the drowned elves used to bind their enemies and preserve their power. I begin singing a navigation shanty, something simple and straightforward to guide me through the treacherous passage. But the moment my voice emerges, the scrolls react violently. They writhe and twist, their glowing runes flaring brighter as they try to absorb the sound. I feel my voice faltering, the vowels being pulled from my throat before they can fully form. "What sorcery is this?" I mutter, pressing a hand to my throat where Tide Mother Antea's warming oils still provide a faint protection. The scrolls seem to be feeding on my voice, draining the music from the water and leaving only hollow echoes behind. The sea silk scrolls press closer, their surfaces now blazing with stolen sound. I can hear fragments of my own voice trapped within them, distorted and wrong, repeating portions of my shanty back to me in mocking harmony. The curse magic is trying to turn my own power against me, to make me doubt the strength of my voice. I switch tactics, abandoning melody for something more primal. I pound my chest with both fists, creating a rhythmic percussion that cuts through the water like hammer blows on anvil steel. The beat is simple but powerful, the heartbeat of honest labor, the rhythm of oars pulling in unison, the steady pulse of life refusing to surrender. Thump, 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 thump. The percussion doesn't give the scrolls anything melodic to steal. Instead, it drives through their curse magic like a battering ram, forcing them to part before my advance. I add my voice to the rhythm, not singing but speaking in time with the beat, letting consonants and harsh syllables cut through where softer sounds failed. Step by step, through, curse, and hex, heartbeat strong though magic vexed, drum of blood and bone and breath of pounds. The rhythm, beyond, death. The spoken cadence works where singing failed. The curse scrolls writhe and hiss, but they cannot absorb the harsh consonants and driving rhythm. I push through the trench, my voice growing stronger and stronger with each measured beat, until I emerge into clearer water beyond. But as I swim free of the archive trench, I hear something that makes my blood run cold. Behind me, one of the scrolls unfurls completely, and from its glowing runes comes a voice, distorted and wrong, but unmistakably mine. "Theron Goldmane," it whispers, pronouncing my name backward in the dark elf tongue. "Captain of the lost, singer of the drowned. We know your true name now, child of the surface. We can call you back whenever we choose. The curse scroll has captured something essential, not just my voice, but the sound of my name in my own pronunciation. In the old magics, knowing someone's true name spoken in their own voice gives power over them. The dead have claimed a piece of me, and I feel the knowledge settle in my bones like lead. I press forward anyway, following the current that carries the faint sound of Eurydice's voice. The archive trench falls behind, but its whispered curse follows me through the water. Come back to us, Theron Goldmane. Come back and join our chorus of the lost. Your voice belongs to the deep now. Your name is written in our scrolls of sorrow. I grip the shell bell in my hand until my knuckles crack, using its pure chime to drown out the curse scroll's whispers. The blessed sound from the winter stag's shrine still flows through my veins, and I cling to that warmth like a lifeline. My voice belongs to her, I growl through gritted teeth, forcing myself to continue forward. My name is hers to speak. Whatever you've stolen, whatever you think you've claimed, it means nothing against love freely given. The curse follows me through the water, but I swim on, driven by the sound of Eurydice calling my name through the drowned halls, her voice warm and alive and real, cutting through the necropolis's lies like sunlight through shadow.
Chapter 16. Eurydice. The Air Pocket Chapel is a brittle refuge, its dry stone walls cradling the flicker of half-spent candles, their flames jagged against the warped pews. The necropolis's damp seeps into my sodden dress, chilling my skin, but Theron's presence, his golden mane dripping, chestnut fur matted, amber eyes blazing, sets my blood alight. We crash together, laughter and sobs mingling, salt and ash gritty on our skin. My hands claw into his fur, desperate to anchor myself to his heat, to defy the drowned world outside. "Theron!" I rasp, my voice raw with urgency, dark hair plastered to my shoulders. "My beast, I need you. Screw me until the abyss breaks. Pound my holes like the savage minotaur you are. Make me scream your name until the dead wake."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 17. Theron. Leaving the sacred chapel, a profound sense of renewal invigorated our spirits, a potent counter to the oppressive gloom that clung to the ancient necropolis. We plunged into a corridor that seemed alive, its very essence shifting and reforming with each powerful stroke through the watery depths. The walls, not solid stone, but a fluid, almost viscous material, flowed around us like liquid, their surfaces rippling and reforming in an eerie, hypnotic dance. It was as if the necropolis itself, a sentient, malevolent entity, was attempting to disorient and ensnare us, its architecture a living, breathing trap. We pass into a vast, circular chamber, the water around us suddenly colder, heavier, as if we've descended into the very heart of the ocean's ancient memory. Domination here comes in the form of a single, colossal figure that makes my blood not just chill, but freeze solid in my veins. The Tide Herald. It waits in the absolute center of the chamber, neither fully shade nor fully solid, a terrifying and ethereal presence. Its form is wreathed in ancient barnacled robes that seem to ripple and flow with the unseen currents of the deep, clinging to a body that hints at something immense and powerful beneath. Strange, phosphorescent growths cling to its cowl and shoulders, casting an eerie, shifting glow that defines its terrifying silhouette against the gloom. The moment its tarnished gold mask, a relic of some forgotten oceanic empire, fixes on us, I feel a cold, piercing psychic probe. It's not a question, but an intrusion, a deep, invasive touch that bypasses all my defenses. It knows. It knows exactly what we just shared. The intimate bond, the raw, living passion that pulsed between Eurydice and me just moments ago. There's no hiding the truth from this ancient entity. "Children of the surface," it intones, its voice not merely speaking, but rippling through the very water itself, a resonant vibration that shivers in my bones and in the water surrounding us. It carries the immense weight of ancient authority, of countless eons spent guarding these silent depths. You dare defile the silent courts with living passion. Your bond is a poison in these halls of sorrow, a vibrant, burning ember where only cold despair should reside. The herald pauses, and for a terrifying second, the silence that follows is more oppressive than any sound. For such transgression, the price is steeper than mere passage. Far steeper. I instinctively steady myself in the heavy water, planting my feet firmer on the unseen floor beneath us, pulling Eurydice slightly behind me, shielding her from the sheer oppressive force of the Tide Herald's presence. My hand finds hers, a desperate anchor in this terrifying place. "What toll do you demand, Herald of the Depths?" I ask, my voice, despite my efforts, a little rough, a little strained, but refusing to break. My eyes, however, do not waver from the tarnished gold mask that hides the entity's true face. The figure tilts its head. Not gold, not silver, but something that binds you together. Memory itself. The herald raises one barnacle-encrusted hand, pointing first at Eurydice, then at me. "Give me one memory of your union, freely offered. One moment where your hearts spoke their deepest truth. Surrender the joy, and the path will open." Eurydice stiffens beside me. Losing a shared moment, a moment that defines our escape, is worse than losing a decade of my life. My mind flashes back to the chapel. Not the savage lust, but the quiet moment after, when our bodies were tangled and the shell bell chimed. The vow she made. "Follow this if I'm lost." I close my eyes, offering the memory of that pure moment, the quiet promise to fight for each other until the end. "I offer this," I say, letting the image surface in all its painful detail. Our silent vow of forever, spoken without words in the chapel's flickering light. The Tide Herald extends its hand. I feel the memory being drawn from my mind, not like a loss of history, but a loss of feeling. The specific warmth, the absolute certainty of her love, dissolves as it leaves me. For a moment I feel a strange emptiness where that truth used to be. "Accepted," the herald says, and the stolen memory takes form in the water. A brief, golden tableau of us tangled on the stone, eyes locked in shared promise. It dissolves into the herald's robes. But the herald is not finished. It turns its sightless mask toward Eurydice and raises its other hand. "The male's toll is paid. The siren's toll is yet due." Before I can protest, a burst of dark magic explodes from the herald's fingertips. Not a chain, but a compelling force. Eurydice gasps, her eyes wide with shock. "You will return to your pillar," the herald commands, its voice flat and absolute. "You will resume the lament. You will wait for the price of your rescue to be collected." "No!" I roar, reaching for her, but invisible threads are already pulling her back. "Theron, my beast, no, I can't stop it!" Eurydice cries out, her body moving against her will. The magical compulsion is iron hard, drawing her away from me toward the path of sorrow. The magic is not meant to bind the living, the herald says coldly. It is meant to compel the lost. Your memory is gone, but the echo of your love remains. You must pay the price of that defiance alone. I try to swim after her, but the water around the herald thickens to syrup, locking me in place. I watch in agony as Eurydice is dragged away, her eyes locked on mine in desperation, down a twisting side passage. Pass, surface child, the herald says to me. But you will seek the deeper halls alone, knowing that every step takes you further from what you cherish. Your reunion was a fleeting moment. Her sorrow is eternal. The far wall irises open, revealing the path to the heart. I am raging, paralyzed, forced to choose between fighting the herald and following the path Eurydice was forced down. Knowing she is compelled to return to danger, I choose the path that will lead me to her fastest. I grit my teeth, giving the herald a promise of vengeance. You'll find my other memories well guarded, I snarl, then turn and swim into the passage beyond, following the faint, terrified echo of her shell bell.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheca, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheca audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheca's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheca bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 18. Eurydice. I return to my pillar against my will, tears blurring my vision as I am pulled through the twisting passage. The herald's magic is a cold, inescapable leash on my soul, forcing my hooves toward the spot I fought so hard to escape. Theron's memory is gone, but my terror is absolute. I crash into the water around my pillar to find the water around it changed, charged with an energy that makes my skin tingle. The priest shade waits in the phosphorescent gloom, his burning blue eyes brighter than before, his skeletal form more solid, more threatening. He senses my despair, a savoury flavour in the drowned halls. He knows I am back not because I was captured, but because I was compelled. My brief taste of freedom has been reversed by a greater, crueler power. "Little surface child," he hisses, his voice carrying a new edge of fury. "You slip away like mist, like hope itself. But hope is poison in these halls, and I am its cure." Before I can react, new kelp chains erupt from the seafloor around the pillar, thicker and darker than the ones I worked so hard to loosen. These fronds move with predatory purpose, wrapping around my wrists and ankles with a grip that feels like iron bands beneath the sea. The slimy touch burns against my skin, and I feel my strength being drained away with each passing second. "You cannot bind what sings freely," I gasp, but even as I speak, I feel the new chains tightening with vindictive force. These are not the merely restraining bonds from before. These are punishment, designed to break my spirit as well as hold my body. The priest shade circles me slowly, his tattered robes billowing in the current like the wings of some carrion bird. "You infected my children with your warm words," he says, gesturing toward the spaces where the drowned young once gathered. "You taught them to remember bread and sunshine, mother's songs and morning prayers. Such memories are agony to the properly dead." I crane my neck, looking for the children who brought me such comfort, but they're nowhere to be seen. The coral gardens where they played now seem empty and cold, their phosphorescent blooms dimmed to sullen shadows. My heart clenches with the fear that my songs have somehow harmed them, driven them away from what little joy they found in this place of eternal sorrow. Where are they? I demand, struggling against the kelp chains despite the way they burn my skin. What have you done to them? Returned them to their proper silence, the priest shade replies with satisfaction. No more laughter echoes in the deep halls. No more do they speak of warm beds and honey cakes. They remember their place now, as mourners for all that was lost, singers in the endless choir of regret. Anger flares in my chest, hot and righteous. They were children. They deserved to remember joy, to hold on to whatever light they could find in this darkness. Light is cruelty to the dead, he says, reaching toward my throat where Lyralee's silver hairpin still rests in my hair. And you, little flame, burn far too bright for these shadowed halls. But even as his fingers near the blessed metal, I hear it, faint but unmistakable, drifting through the water like hope made audible. Theron's voice, carrying the lullaby from our chapel, the song that bound us together in love and defiance. The melody grows stronger as it approaches, and with it comes a warmth that makes the kelp chains shudder and loosen their grip. The priest shade recoils as if struck, his burning eyes widening with something that looks like fear. Impossible, he breathes. The Tide Herald should have claimed him, should have demanded a price too dear to pay. I begin to sing, adding my voice to Theron's distant melody, letting our harmony ring through the drowned halls like a bell calling the faithful to worship. The lullaby fills the water around me, and wherever its notes touch, the oppressive weight of the necropolis seems to lift. Sleep now, child of storm and sea. Safe within these arms you'll be. When the wild winds cease their cry, dawn will paint the morning sky. The kelp chains writhe and hiss as the music touches them, their dark magic faltering in the face of something pure and living. The priest shade presses his hands to his ears, his skeletal form becoming translucent as our combined song grows in power. Hush, he commands, his voice cracking like ice under pressure. The dead do not sing such songs, the lost do not speak of dawn. But I sing louder, pouring all my love and longing into the melody. Somewhere in the distance, I hear an answering chorus, not the harsh laments of the damned, but something softer, younger. The children, perhaps, remembering despite his commands how to hope. The priest shade staggers backward, his form beginning to fray at the edges. You will not pass, he gasps. You will join us in our sorrow, sing our songs of loss until the seas run dry. I will sing my own songs, I tell him, my voice growing stronger with each note. Songs of love and life, and the promise that dawn always comes, no matter how long the night. The kelp chains loosen enough for me to work my hands partially free, and I cradle the shell that the drowned child gave me, feeling its blessed light pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. Theron's voice draws ever closer, and I know that soon, very soon, nothing in the drowned halls will be strong enough to keep us apart.
Chapter 19. Theron. The choir causeway stretches before me like a tunnel carved from the throat of some ancient beast, its walls lined with hundreds of open mouths carved into the stone. Each mouth is perfectly rendered, lips parted in eternal song, teeth gleaming white as pearls, tongues frozen mid-note in what might be ecstasy or agony. The craftsmanship is breathtaking and terrible, each face unique, each expression caught at the moment of releasing some perfect, silent note. The water here vibrates with anticipation, as if the very liquid waits for me to make a sound. I understand instinctively that this is a test of a different kind, not of strength or cunning, but of pure vocal control. The carved mouths seem to watch me with eyeless sockets, waiting for the slightest waver, the smallest mistake. I study the passage carefully, noting how the mouths are arranged in precise patterns along the walls, bass notes carved larger and deeper, soprano mouths small and delicate, with tenors and altos filling the spaces between. This was once a place of music, I realize, where the living dark elves came to practice their choral arts before death claimed their city. I must hold a single tone while crossing, I murmur to myself, understanding the trial without being told. Any waver, any break, and those stone teeth will become real enough to bite. I position myself at the entrance, feeling the weight of the shell bell around my wrist and the blessed warmth of Eurydice's presence somewhere beyond this trial. The winter stag's blessing still flows through my veins, and I draw upon that sacred strength as I fill my lungs with the strange, breathable water of this drowned realm. I choose my note carefully, a deep, resonant bass that will fill the entire passage without requiring me to strain. The tone must be pure, unwavering, sustained for the entire length of the causeway. I think of the great bells of Milthar's temple, how they ring out across the harbor with voices that never crack or falter, and I let that image guide my choice. Taking the deepest breath I can manage, I begin to sing, not words, but a single, perfect note that emerges from my throat like liquid bronze. The sound fills the causeway instantly, and I see the carved mouths respond, their stone lips moving slightly as if trying to echo my tone. I begin to swim forward, my powerful strokes carrying me through the water while that unbroken note pours from my lungs. The mouths on either side of me seem to lean in closer, their carved features becoming more animated with each passing moment. Some begin to harmonize with my bass note, adding their own stone voices to create an otherworldly choir that reverberates through the passage. Halfway through the causeway, a powerful current suddenly buffets me from the side, threatening to knock me off course and break my concentration. The water slams into me like a physical blow, and I feel my note waver for just an instant. Immediately, the carved mouths snap to attention, their teeth gleaming as they prepare to become something more than stone. I close one nostril with my thumb, using an old sailor's trick to deepen my resonance and strengthen the tone. The note becomes richer, more powerful, filling the passage with such authority that the hostile current seems to recoil. The mouths settle back into their stone silence, satisfied that my voice remains true. As I near the end of the causeway, I catch sight of something that causes a flood of joy, a flash of red ribbon caught in a crack in the wall, bright as a piece of captured sky against the dark stone Eurydice's festival ribbon. The red silk she threaded through my mane with whispered wishes, somehow torn free and lodged here as a sign for me to follow. I want to reach for it, to press it to my face and breathe in her scent, but I dare not break my tone or alter my course. Instead, I smile without opening my lips, letting the warmth of recognition fill my voice with new strength. The note grows even more stable, more beautiful, and the carved mouths seem to sigh in appreciation of such perfect control. I swim past the ribbon, noting its position so I can retrieve it on my return. For I will return, I tell myself, and when I do, it will be with Eurydice at my side. The thought fills me with such determination that my voice takes on an almost supernatural power, the single note ringing through the causeway like the voice of the sea itself. As I reach the far end of the passage, I let the note fade gradually, diminishing it with the same control I used to sustain it. The last echoes die away, and the carved mouths settle back into eternal silence, their test completed and passed. I turn back briefly to look at the causeway I've conquered, and see the red ribbon still fluttering in its crack like a flag of victory. I found your sign, my love, I whisper to the water around me. I followed your voice and found your heart's message. Nothing will stop me from reaching you now. The passage ahead opens into deeper chambers, and somewhere in their phosphorescent depths, I can hear Eurydice singing our lullaby with renewed strength, her voice calling me home through the halls of the drowned.
Chapter 20. Eurydice. The solstice bell tolls somewhere far above, its bronze voice carrying down through layers of water and stone to reach the deepest halls of the necropolis. The sound is different from the warm, welcoming bells of Milthar. This one rings hollow and hungry, marking time not for celebration but for something darker. Each toll seems to leach more warmth from the water around me, and I feel the kelp chains responding to its call, tightening with each resonant note. "Time grows short, little surface child," the priest shade hisses, his skeletal form becoming more solid with each bell stroke. "The longest night reaches its peak, and you must choose, join our eternal choir willingly, or be dragged into it screaming." The chains around my wrists and ankles pulse with malevolent life, and I can feel them drawing something essential from me with each heartbeat. My breath comes shorter now, each inhalation requiring more effort than the last. The strange honey-salt water that sustained me before grows thick and bitter, coating my tongue with the taste of despair. But I refuse to give in. I press the blessed shell to my lips, feeling its smooth surface warm against my skin. The symbols carved into its surface pulse with gentle light, pushing back against the creeping darkness that wants to claim me. When I breathe across its opening, it produces a soft, clear note, not loud enough to challenge the priest shade's power, but pure enough to remind me of what I'm fighting for. "Hold on," I whisper to myself, the words barely audible above the tolling bell. "Hold on to the warmth. Hold on to the light. He's coming." The priest shade circles me like a carrion bird, his burning blue eyes fixed on the shell in my hands. "Such a small thing to pin your hopes upon," he sneers. "A trinket given by a dead child who no longer remembers her own name. Do you think such baubles can stand against the weight of centuries?" I think of the little girl who pressed this shell into my palm, her pearl-black eyes bright with something that might have been hope. She remembered warmth, remembered the taste of milk and honey cakes. Even here, even drowned and lost, she held on to fragments of joy. "You're wrong," I tell the priest shade, lifting the shell higher. She remembers. They all remember deep down. That's why you have to work so hard to keep them silent, because love doesn't die, even here. It just sleeps, waiting for the right song to wake it up. The bell tolls again, closer now, and I feel something shift in the water around me. The priest shade's form wavers, becoming less solid, and for a moment I see through his intimidating facade to what lies beneath. Fear. He's afraid of what I represent, afraid of the crack I've opened in his carefully constructed world of eternal sorrow. A low shanty begins to rumble through the stone around us, deep and resonant, growing stronger with each note. I know that voice, know the rhythm of those words, even when I can't make them out clearly. Theron has passed another trial, overcome another obstacle, and he's singing his way closer to where I wait. The priest shade spins toward the sound, his robes billowing in agitation. "Impossible," he breathes. The choir causeway should have silenced him. The stone mouths should have devoured any imperfect note. "He's a sea captain," I say, pride warming my voice despite the cold chains around my limbs. He's spent his life reading currents and weather, timing his voice to guide ships through storms. Did you really think your carved stones could break him? The shanty grows louder, and with it comes something I haven't felt since the chapel, genuine warmth. The water around me begins to shimmer with phosphorescence that isn't the sickly green of decay, but something golden and alive. Small fish dart toward the sound, their scales catching the light and throwing it back out in rainbow patterns. I begin to hum along with Theron's distant song, letting my voice weave through his bass notes like silver thread through bronze. The priest shade claps his hands over his ears, but our harmony is already spreading through the necropolis, awakening things that have slept too long in the dark. The kelp chains encircling my wrists loosen another degree, and I work frantically at the knots while the priest shade is distracted. The blessed shell helps, its smooth edge sharp enough to fray the rotting fibres. Each strand I cut feels like a small victory, a step closer to freedom. "Sing louder," I whisper to myself, pouring more strength into my voice. "Let him know where you are. Let the whole necropolis know that love has come calling, and it won't be turned away." The bell tolls one final time, its voice fading into echoes that seem less certain than before. In the silence that follows, Theron's shanty rings clear and strong, and I know he's close now, close enough that when he finds me, nothing in all the drowned halls will be able to keep us apart. The shell in my hands pulses brighter, and somewhere in the distance I hear the sound of stone cracking as an ancient causeway yields to the power of a voice that refuses to be silenced.
Chapter 21. Theron. I enter the necropolis heart through a passage that opens like the throat of some massive beast, and what lies beyond steals the breath from my lungs. The drowned amphitheater spreads before me in terrible majesty, a vast circular arena carved from black volcanic stone, its tiered seats rising in perfect symmetry toward a ceiling lost in phosphorescent mist. This was once the crown jewel of the Dark Elf City, where their greatest artists performed for audiences of thousands. Now it serves a darker purpose. 1,000 shades hover in the water above the seats, their translucent forms arranged in perfect choral formation. They hum in minor key, their voices weaving together in harmonies that make the very water vibrate with sorrow. The sound is beautiful and terrible, a lament so pure it could make stones weep, so mournful it seems to drain color from the world. The water here is different, cold as winter ice and clear as crystal. Each note from the drowned choir turns it more solid, more glass-like, until I feel as if I'm swimming through liquid diamond. My movements grow sluggish, each stroke requiring tremendous effort as the water thickens around me. And there, at the center of the amphitheater stage, stands Eurydice. She is bound in ice, encased from feet to shoulders in crystal that gleams with inner fire. Her dark hair flows around her like kelp in the current, and her eyes, thank Zukiev, her eyes still move, still see, still hold recognition when they find mine across the vast space. She is not dead, not yet, but the ice creeps higher with each note the choir sings. "Eurydice!" I roar, my voice echoing through the amphitheater like thunder across the sea. At my voice's command, the 1,000 shades turn toward me in perfect unison. Their hollow gazes fix on my form, and I feel the weight of their collective sorrow pressing down like the depths of the ocean itself. They have been waiting for me, I realize, waiting for a living voice to join their eternal song. I plant my hooves on the amphitheater floor, feeling the smooth volcanic stone beneath my feet. The shell bell on my wrist chimes soft as snowfall, and I draw upon every blessing I've received. The Tide Mother's warming oils, the Winter Stag's benediction, the love that burns in my chest like a forge fire. I start singing a war shanty that my wise grandfather taught me, something with the force of storm waves and the fury of righteous battle. This is not a song of sorrow or lament, but of defiance, a melody that speaks of those who stand against the dark, who fight for what they love, no matter the cost. Stand fast, ye guardians of the light. Let no shadow steal your song. Though hell itself should bar the right, the just shall triumph over wrong. My voice crashes through the amphitheater like a battering ram, each note carrying the power of living lungs, living heart, living love. The drowned choir wavers, their perfect harmony disrupted by this intrusion of hope into their realm of despair. Some of the shades cover their ears, recoiling from the alien sound of joy in their sanctuary of sorrow. The war shanty builds, growing stronger with each verse, and I feel the water around me respond. The crystal clarity begins to crack, hairline fractures spreading through the liquid ice as my voice pounds against the choir's magic. The amphitheater itself starts to tremble, ancient stones loosened by vibrations they were never meant to endure. Cracks spider across the ice that holds Eurydice, starting from where my voice hits its strongest. The frozen prison begins to shatter like a window struck by a stone, sending shards of crystal spinning through the water. Her eyes widen with hope, and I see her lips moving, trying to add her voice to mine despite the ice that still holds her throat. The drowned choir wails in harmony, their voices rising to counter mine, but they sing only of what was lost, what died, what failed. I sing of what endures, what lives, what refuses to surrender. My war shanty speaks of love that conquers death, of heroes who brave the abyss for those they cherish, of dawn that always comes no matter how long the night. The amphitheater floor buckles beneath my hooves as the two songs clash, competing magics tearing at the very foundations of this ancient place. The choir's lament tries to drag me down into their endless sorrow, but I climb higher with each note, my voice reaching toward the surface, toward light, toward life. The ice around Eurydice begins to fall away in great sheets, the crystal barrier no match for the force of my song. But even as I sing her free, I can see new dangers gathering in the shadows beyond the amphitheater. The necropolis will not give up its prize easily, and this victory is only the beginning of our trials. Still, for this moment, I sing with all the power in my chest, my war shanty echoing through the drowned halls like a promise written in bronze and starlight. Nothing will keep us apart, not death, not sorrow, not all the weight of the sunken world.
Chapter 22. Eurydice. The descent into this frozen hell had been a slow, agonizing crawl, each passing moment solidifying the ice around me, stealing my breath and my will. Now, as the ice shatters, it does so not with the expected violent rupture, but with a delicate, ethereal sound, like 1,000 tiny bells chiming in unison. A searing pain rips through me, a tearing cold where my skin, already raw and chapped, meets the splintering crystal. Yet, this agony is but a fleeting spark, instantly consumed by a tidal wave of heat and sound that washes over me, a force both overwhelming and utterly divine. It is his song. Theron's war shanty, a magnificent bronze thunder, is a physical force, a living current that surges through the frozen depths, carving me free from my icy tomb. With a desperate, shuddering gasp, I watch the final sheets of ice, translucent and shimmering, fall away from my throat. This gasp is not for air, though my lungs ache for it, but for the sheer, shocking freedom of movement, a liberation I had feared I would never know again. My limbs, stiff and protesting from their long imprisonment, twitch with an almost unbearable urgency. The first instinctive urge that grips me is to sing, to answer his resonant call, to join my voice with his in a symphony of defiance and triumph. But the sound that emerges from my throat is a pathetic, thin, reedy squeak, a mere whisper against the magnificent, booming bronze thunder of his song. It is useless, a fragile echo against the roar of his power, yet it is mine, a testament to the life that still flickers within me. Slowly, painstakingly, I begin to move, each joint screaming in protest, each muscle a testament to the arduous struggle, as I attempt to regain control of a body that feels both alien and miraculously returned to me. The world, once a monochrome blur of white and cold, begins to regain its vibrant hues, the air sharp and invigorating as it fills my lungs. Then he is there. He moves through the water like a storm wave, his great form blurring in the shimmering liquid diamond. He abandons the song and simply gathers me into his arms. I cling to his thick fur, burying my face against his chest, drinking in the scent of him, sea salt, living breath, and a deep, comforting musk. The water around him feels warmer, richer, as if he carries the sun in his very being. For a long, silent moment, the drowned city, the necropolis, the horror of the choir, it all vanishes. There is only the fiercely beating heart beneath my ear, and the absolute knowledge that I am alive, and he saved me. "You came," I whisper, my voice raw and unfamiliar. "I promised," he murmurs back, holding me tighter. His hooves plant firmly on the volcanic stone of the stage, anchoring us in this churning chaos. My relief, an overwhelming wave, washes over me with blinding intensity. Yet it is a fleeting solace, quickly eclipsed by a chilling, undeniable certainty that had solidified within me during my icy imprisonment. We remain ensnared within the very heart of the necropolis. My newfound freedom, I now understand, was a desperate act of defiance against my captors, a forceful reclamation of my own will. But it was not, in any meaningful sense, an escape from this spectral prison. With a jolt, I pull back just enough to gaze into his eyes, dark pools of loving concern that mirror my own fear. "We need to move, Theron," I whisper, my voice raw with urgency. The song, it freed my body, yes, I can feel that, but it has not freed us from this place. Look. My hand, still trembling slightly from the lingering echoes of the song's power, gestures past the crumbling edge of the stage, into the encroaching, deepening shadows that swallow the scattered remnants of the choir. Their spectral forms, once a swirling vortex of sound and despair, are now eerily motionless, their hollow eyes fixed upon us with a chilling, dispassionate curiosity. They are spectres observing the two living, breathing anomalies on their ancient, dust-laden stage. But I know, with a cold certainty that settles deep in my bones, that the true danger does not lie with the choir. Their role, I suspect, is merely to observe, to bear witness. The real threat, the true architect of our continued captivity, lurks beyond their silent vigil, a presence far more insidious and powerful. The tremors that have been shaking the amphitheatre coalesce into a massive, deliberate footfall. Thud, thud. It sounds like the earth being struck by an immense, heavy hammer. The phosphorescent mist vanishes, replaced by an absolute blackness that seems to breathe. "The Tide Herald!" I choke out, the name a knot of terror in my chest. My liberation was a massive, magical disruption, too loud, too bright. We haven't just escaped a guard, we've insulted the prison itself. It steps forward, the figure I recognise as the customs officer, but it is transformed. Its barnacle-encrusted mask is split down the centre, glowing with an inner, terrible cold light, and the brass of its armour is tarnished with true malevolence. This is no longer the patient bureaucrat demanding toll. This is the guardian of the deep. It stops at the threshold of the stage, its form massive, absolute. Its presence is a physical weight, heavier than the deepest ocean pressure. It does not shout or rage, it simply is, and its silence promises endless torment. "Child of the surface," it intones, its voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere, carrying the weight of centuries. "You have shattered the eternal choir, broken the sacred harmonies that bind this place together." Such defiance demands the ultimate toll. I feel Theron tense, bracing his great body between me and the creature. The herald is not looking for gold or memories this time. It is looking for the source of the defiance. It is looking for him. What are we going to do now? The song saved my life, but its price is about to be demanded.
Chapter 23. Theron. The amphitheater floor buckles beneath my hooves like a ship's deck in a hurricane, ancient stones grinding against each other as competing magics tear at the very foundations of this drowned place. Cracks spider outward from where Eurydice and I stand, our combined voices still ringing through the water despite the chaos erupting around us. The thousand shades of the drowned choir scatter like startled fish, their perfect formation dissolved by the alien sound of hope in their sanctuary of despair. But even as I hold Eurydice in my arms, feeling her warmth and life pressed against my chest, I know our triumph here has awakened something far worse than the choir's lament. The Tide Herald materializes from the shadows beyond the amphitheater's edge, no longer the patient customs officer who demanded memories for passage. This is something older, more terrible, a guardian of the necropolis's deepest secrets, and we have transgressed too far into its domain. "Child of the surface," it intones, its voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere, carrying the weight of centuries and the fury of the disturbed dead. "You have shattered the eternal choir, broken the sacred harmonies that bind this place together. Such defiance demands the ultimate toll. The herald raises both hands, barnacle-encrusted fingers weaving patterns in the water that leave trails of cold fire. But now it's not asking for memories or treasures. It wants something far more precious. The symbols it traces glow with malevolent purpose, and I feel them pulling at the very essence of what makes me who I am. Not gold, not silver, not even memory will suffice now, the herald continues, its tarnished mask reflecting our faces in distorted fragments. Give me your name, Minotaur, your true name, spoken in the old sailor's tongue that gives it power. Surrender your identity to the depths, and I will grant you both passage to the surface. I feel Eurydice stiffen in my arms as she understands what the herald demands. In the old magics, a true name freely given grants absolute power over the giver. To speak my name in the ancient tongue would be to surrender not just my identity, but my very self, my memories, my will, my capacity to love or hope or dream. I would become a hollow shell, animated only by the herald's commands. Theron, no, Eurydice whispers, her fingers clutching at my fur with desperate strength. There has to be another way. We can fight it. We can... There is no other bargain to be made. The herald cuts her off, its voice carrying the finality of the tide. The drowned city demands its price for the chaos you have wrought. Speak your name and save her life, or watch her join our eternal choir while you remain forever trapped in these halls. The water around us grows thick as syrup, heavy with the weight of ancient curses and binding spells. I feel invisible chains wrapping around my limbs, not to hold my body but to constrain my very soul. The herald's magic seeks to force the words from my throat, to make me speak my name whether I will it or not. But then I hear something that gives me hope, faint at first, but growing stronger with each passing moment. Children's voices, singing not the harsh lament of the drowned, but the festival tune that Eurydice taught them. The same children who remembered milk and honey cakes, who laughed when she spoke of warm beds and mother's songs. They're fighting back against the herald's compulsion, their innocent voices cutting through its ancient power like silver blades through shadow. The children remember, I murmur, wonder filling my voice. They understand what it means to hope. The herald's mask turns toward the sound, and for the first time since we encountered it, I see something like uncertainty in its bearing. The children's song grows louder, joined by other voices. The maiden shade who combed Eurydice's hair, the sailor who spoke of harbor bells, even some who fled when our war shanty first shattered the choir's formation. They're choosing to sing with us instead of against us, choosing hope over despair. Impossible, the herald breathes, its form wavering like smoke in a strong wind. The properly dead do not remember. The lost do not hope. The drowned do not sing of dawn. Then maybe they were never properly dead, Eurydice says, her voice growing stronger as the children's song reaches us. Maybe they were just sleeping, waiting for someone to remind them what they lost. Maybe death isn't the end if love refuses to let go. I offer a different bargain then, one that the herald cannot refuse according to the ancient laws that bind such creatures. I give you my name freely spoken, I say, my voice carrying across the crumbling amphitheater, but not as surrender, as a gift. Let every shade in these halls hear it, and remember what it means to have an identity, to be someone loved and cherished. Let my name teach them their own. I take the deepest breath the strange water allows and speak the words that will either damn or save us. I am Theron Goldmane, son of Korik the Deep Singer, grandson of Tauros who first mapped the western reaches. I am captain of Milthar's Sea Guard, keeper of the harbor's light, singer of the songs that guide ships safely home. I am beloved of Eurydice, keeper of her heart as she is keeper of mine. I give you my name not in defeat, but in defiance. May it burn bright in your halls of shadow until every lost soul remembers who they were. The herald staggers as if struck by a physical blow, its barnacled form becoming translucent as my freely given name floods through the necropolis like wildfire. Everywhere the sound of my voice reaches, shades begin to solidify, their hollow eyes filling with remembered light. They speak their own names then, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence and joy. "I am Lyrelai," calls the maiden shade, "who would have been a bride in spring." "I am Sart," cries the sailor, "who sailed the wine-dark seas and dreamed of home." "I am Kira," whispers one of the children, who loved her mother's lullabies and the taste of honeyed milk. The amphitheater fills with voices speaking names that had been lost for centuries, and with each declaration, the herald grows fainter, more translucent. Its power was built on the nameless despair of the forgotten dead, but we have given them back their identities, their sense of self. "This cannot be," the herald moans, its mask cracking down the center. "The compact is broken. The eternal sorrow has ended. What are we without our grief?" "Free," Eurydice says simply, and the word echoes through water like a bell tolling for the dawn. The herald collapses in on itself like a bubble bursting, its form dissolving into streams of silver light that flow up toward the distant surface. The amphitheater continues to crumble around us, but now the destruction feels cleansing rather than catastrophic, old sorrows falling away to make room for new hope. I lift Eurydice in my arms and begin to swim upward, following the herald's released essence toward the light. Behind us, the voices of the freed dead sing us on our way, their song no longer a lament, but a celebration of names remembered and love that endures beyond the grave.
Chapter 24. Eurydice. I cling to Theron's back as he powers through the collapsing passages, my fingers twisted in the evergreen wreath that still crowns his horns like a promise of the world above. The necropolis shudders around us with each stroke of his powerful arms, ancient stonework groaning as the herald's destruction sends tremors through foundations that have stood for centuries. Chunks of carved masonry tumble past us in the churning water, and I duck my head against his shoulder as debris rains down like hail made of history and bone. The passages fork and twist in ways that defy logic, branching off into darkness that seems to swallow sound itself. But I've spent hours in these drowned halls, leaving signs and listening to the echoes of distant bells, and I know these waters better than I ever wanted to. When Theron hesitates at a junction where 3 tunnels meet, I press my lips to his ear and whisper directions through the chaos. "Left," I breathe, feeling the current of air that still flows faintly from the upper reaches. "The bells, do you hear them? The solstice bells from Milthar are that way." He adjusts course without question, trusting my guidance as completely as I trust his strength. The water here tastes different than the honey-salt medium of the deeper halls, thinner, more like the real sea, carrying hints of kelp and surface storms rather than ancient sorrow and forgotten tears. We're rising, climbing through layers of drowned architecture towards something that might actually be escape. A grinding roar echoes through the passage behind us, and I risk a glance back to see a massive stone gate descending across our path, like the jaw of some titan closing for a final bite. The necropolis is sealing itself, trying to trap us in its depths before we can reach the surface and tell the world above what we've seen. The gate falls with inexorable weight, its carved surface depicting scenes of dark elf conquest and human suffering that make my stomach clench with remembered fear. "The shell bell!" I cry, remembering the blessed gift that still hangs from my wrist. "Jam it in the gap!" Without hesitation, I thrust my arm down toward the narrowing space between gate and floor. The shell bell catches just as the massive stone would have sealed completely, its small form somehow strong enough to halt the descent of tons of ancient masonry. The sacred object pulses with warm light, its surface inscribed with protective runes that glow brighter as the gate's weight presses against it. The shell cracks under the pressure, hairline fractures spreading across its pearlescent surface like a spider's web of light. But it holds, leaving just enough space for us to squeeze through if we flatten ourselves against the passage floor. Theron's massive shoulders barely fit through the gap, his golden mane streaming behind him as he pulls us both to safety. "My brave girl," he rumbles as we emerge on the other side, his voice thick with pride and something deeper, the kind of love that makes heroes out of ordinary people and turns simple gifts into talismans of power. Quick thinking, always so clever, my heart. The shell bell finally surrenders to the pressure as we swim clear, its broken pieces tinkling down through the water like falling stars. But its sacrifice has bought us passage, and I can already see the difference in the water ahead. Lighter, warmer, touched with the faint phosphorescence of living things rather than the cold glow of eternal decay. We swim through a gallery lined with mirrors that reflect not our images, but our memories, fragments of the festival we shared just hours ago, though it feels like a lifetime has passed since we danced beneath Milthar's lanterns. I see myself weaving the evergreen wreath for Theron's horns, my fingers gentle as I tucked each sprig into place. I see him lifting the delicate crown of silver ribbons and winter berries to place on my hair, his massive hands surprisingly tender. "Look," I whisper, pointing to one mirror that shows us as we were in those perfect moments before the shadow spirits rose from the waves. We were so happy, so innocent of what was coming. "We'll be happy again," Theron promises, his voice carrying the absolute certainty that first drew me to him. "This isn't our ending, Eurydice. This is just the dark middle of our story, the place where heroes are tested and love proves its strength." The mirrors begin to crack as we pass, unable to contain the weight of memories too powerful for their ancient magic. Glass fragments drift around us like snow, each shard reflecting a different moment from our courtship. Quiet mornings wrapped in each other's warmth, laughter shared over simple meals, promises whispered in the darkness when we thought no one else could hear. Ahead, I can hear a sound that makes my heart pound with desperate hope. The sound of living water, real waves driven by wind and moon rather than the artificial currents of the necropolis. But more than that, I hear voices, familiar voices calling our names across the water. The people of Milthar haven't given up on us. They're still waiting, still hoping, still keeping vigil through the longest night. "Theron!" The cry echoes down from somewhere far above, distorted by water and distance, but unmistakably the voice of young Niklos. "Captain, can you hear us? We're still here. The beacons are still burning." Tears mix with the salt water on my cheeks as I realise what this means. Hours have passed in the necropolis. It feels like days or weeks, but on the surface they've maintained their watch. The Tide Mother's prayers, the blacksmith's anchors, the entire community holding fast to faith that love could bridge the gap between living and dead. A new sound reaches us, the tolling of bells, but not the hollow hunger of the necropolis's bronze voices. These are Milthar's bells, sweet and strong and alive, ringing out the passage of the long night and the promise of dawn's approach. The winter solstice is now ending, the tide of darkness beginning to turn toward light. "Almost there," I breathe, feeling hope flutter in my chest like a bird testing its wings. "We're almost home, my golden bull, just a little farther." But even as we swim toward that distant light, I can feel the necropolis making one last attempt to claim us. The water grows thick and sluggish around us, trying to drag us back down into its embrace. Whispers follow in our wake, the voices of shades who chose despair over the hope we offered, who prefer their familiar sorrow to the unknown territory of healing. "Come back," they murmur. "Stay with us in the deep. Why struggle toward a world that will only bring you pain when you could rest here in eternal peace?" I press my face against Theron's shoulder and begin to hum the lullaby that bound us together in the chapel, the melody that taught the dead to remember warmth. My voice wavers at first, weakened by exhaustion and the lingering cold of the depths, but it grows stronger as Theron's bass joins the harmony. Together, we sing our way toward the surface, our love made audible, our hope given voice. The whispers fall away behind us, unable to follow where our music leads. And far above, growing closer with each stroke of Theron's powerful arms, the bells of Milthar welcome us home.
Chapter 25. Theron. The mirror hall stretches before us like a corridor carved from nightmares and polished to perfection, its walls lined with surfaces that gleam like black water beneath a moonless sky. Each mirror stands taller than a man, framed in tarnished silver that bears the patina of centuries spent reflecting horrors better left unseen. The glass itself seems to move with subtle currents, as if the reflections it shows exist in some fluid realm between truth and lie. I step into the hall with Eurydice's hand warm in mine, but the moment we cross the threshold, the mirrors begin their terrible work. In the first glass I glimpse, I see myself as I am, golden mane streaming behind me, evergreen wreath crowning my horns, the solid bulk of a minotaur who has walked through hell and emerged stronger. But beside me, where Eurydice should be reflected, stands only a shade, translucent and hollow-eyed, her face bearing the cold beauty of the drowned. In the next mirror, the vision is worse. I appear as nothing but bone, a skeleton draped in the tattered remnants of my sea captain's coat, my skull grinning with the mindless joy of the properly dead. Eurydice beside me looks alive, vibrant, but reaching toward my bony hand with desperate longing, as if trying to touch something that can never again offer warmth. The mirrors continue their assault as we move deeper into the hall, each surface showing us different versions of our fate. In one, I am ancient and alone, sitting by a cold hearth while snow piles against windows that will never again welcome her laughter. In another, she dances at a wedding feast while I stand outside the circle of light, a monster too terrible to be acknowledged by decent folk. "Turn, look, be sure she's real," the voices whisper from the glass itself, each word sliding through the air like silk drawn across naked steel. "How do you know the woman you hold is truly flesh and blood? How do you know you haven't been deceived by shadows and wishful thinking?" The temptation is overwhelming, a physical pressure that makes my neck muscles tense with the need to glance sideways, to verify with my own eyes that the hand in mine belongs to a living woman, rather than some phantasm conjured by my desperate heart. The mirrors show me doubt made visible, fear given form, every nightmare that has ever haunted my dreams of loss. I look forward and focus on the warmth of her palm against mine, and the steady rhythm of her breathing beside me. Instead of surrendering to the mirror's lies, I sing a fisherman's counting song, something simple and honest that my grandfather taught me during my first voyage, when the horizon seemed endless, and the stars were the only map a sailor needed. 1 net cast in morning light, 2 hands steady, grip held tight, 3 leagues out from harbor's shore. 4 winds blessing, nothing more. I keep my eyes forward, fixing my gaze on the far part of the hall where honest darkness waits beyond the reach of lying glass. My steps maintain the paced rhythm of the song, each footfall marking time like a ship's bell counting the watches. The melody flows from my chest with the steady power of a man who has learned to trust in things that cannot be seen. The pull of tides, the promise of dawn, the love that endures beyond the reach of doubt. The counting song builds with each verse, my voice growing stronger as I pour every ounce of faith into the simple, honest words. This is not the complex harmony I used to battle the necropolis's guardians, but something more fundamental. The music of work shared and burdens divided, of trust that needs no proof because it runs deeper than reason. 5 years sailing distant seas, 6 storms weathered with such ease, 7 harbors, 7 homes, 8 directions where love roams. As the song continues, something remarkable happens. One of the mirrors fractures with a sound like breaking ice, its surface spiderwebbing with cracks that spread from center to edge in perfect spirals. The glass doesn't shatter completely, but the fissures swallow 3 shadows, dark reflections that were reaching toward us with grasping fingers, trying to pull us into their realm of lies and despair. The broken mirror releases a sigh that sounds almost like relief, as if it's grateful to be freed from the burden of showing only nightmare and never truth. Other mirrors begin to crack as well, their surfaces unable to maintain their hold on us in the face of such simple, unshakable faith. But even as the hall trembles around us, even as the lying glass begins to fail, I do not turn. I keep my eyes fixed ahead, my voice steady with the counting song, my hand firm in Eurydice's grasp. The mirrors want me to doubt, to look, to verify. But doubt is a luxury I cannot afford. Love means trusting without proof, believing without sight, walking forward even when the whole world tries to convince you that you're walking alone. 9 lives lived in service true. 10 years hence, I'll still love you. The song carries us through the rest of the hall, past mirrors that crack and fail as they realize they cannot break what was forged in the depths of absolute trust. The voices that whisper doubt grow fainter with each step until they're nothing more than echoes of echoes, powerless against the simple certainty of love that needs no confirmation because it knows itself to be true. Behind us, the mirror hall collapses into harmless glass and shadow. Ahead, the path continues toward whatever trial waits next. But for this moment, this victory, I am content to simply walk forward with Eurydice's hand in mine, knowing that some bonds are stronger than doubt, some truths deeper than sight, some loves more real than any reflection a lying mirror could ever show.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 26. Eurydice. The thermal vent cavern pulses with sultry warmth, its slick stone walls glistening with steam that softens the necropolis's icy grip. Scavenged candles flicker on jagged ledges, their light rippling across the shallow pool lapping at our feet, casting our shadows. Mine slight and trembling, Theron's horned and massive, in a slow, sacred dance. We peel away our sodden clothes, foreheads pressed together, breaths mingling, salt and ash dissolving in the cavern's humid embrace. His golden mane drips, chestnut fur gleams in the dim glow, and his amber eyes burn with a love that drowns the drowned choir's whispers.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 27. Theron. A whirlpool stair spirals up before us like the inside of a nautilus shell, its ancient steps carved from the same black volcanic stone as the amphitheater. The structure defies logic and physics, twisting upward through the water in a perfect helix that seems to extend infinitely into the phosphorescent gloom above. Each step gleams with a treacherous coating of algae and barnacles, slick as ice beneath the eternal tide, and I understand immediately that this is no ordinary passage. It's a trap designed to catch the desperate and the careless. "Climb wrong and you're spun down forever," I murmur, studying the way the water moves around the spiral. The current here flows in complex eddies and whirls, creating a pattern that would disorient anyone who tried to swim up through the center. The only safe path is along the steps themselves, each one placed at precisely the right interval to maintain forward momentum without being caught in the drowning spiral. I can feel Eurydice's grip tighten on my shoulders as she sees what we're facing. The red ribbon that binds our wrists pulses warm against my skin, a reminder of the vows we spoke in the thermal cavern. Whatever happens on this stair, we'll face it together, bound by love and determination, and the simple refusal to let death claim what belongs to life. "Stay close," I tell her, adjusting my grip so she can dismount onto the first step. "Match my rhythm exactly. If the current catches you wrong—" "I know," she says, her voice steady despite the fear I can hear beneath the words. "Trust your lead. Stay with the beat." I set a marching cadence, something I learned during my first years with the Sea Guard when we had to coordinate movements across shifting decks. My hooves find rhythm on the slick steps, each placement deliberate and measured, creating a steady percussion that cuts through the chaotic swirl of water around us. The beat becomes our anchor, our guide through the liquid labyrinth that wants to trap us in its eternal dance. Thump step, thump step, thump step, rise. The pattern is simple but essential. Weight on the back foot, push forward with the front, maintain the cadence no matter what tries to break it. Eurydice follows behind me, her lighter steps falling perfectly in sync with mine, her hand trailing along my shoulder to keep us connected. Together we climb through the spiral, refusing to be hypnotized by the spinning water or the way the steps seem to shift and blur in our peripheral vision. Halfway up the stair, the necropolis fights back with renewed fury. Shades begin flinging debris at us from the shadows, broken oars like spears, chunks of coral sharp as blades, fragments of the amphitheater's shattered dome. They hurl their missiles with the desperate rage of the truly hopeless, trying to break our rhythm and send us tumbling back into the depths. I respond with song bursts, sharp, percussive notes that bat the projectiles aside like a warrior's shield deflecting arrows. Each burst of music creates a pressure wave in the water, knocking the debris off course and sending it spinning harmlessly away into the dark. My voice has become a weapon and a tool, shaped by our journey through the necropolis into something stronger than it was when we began. Stand fast, stand strong, keep the beat. Death cannot touch living feet. Rise above the spiral's call. Love will triumph over all. The improvised chant helps maintain our cadence while providing protection against the attacks. Eurydice adds her voice to mine, her soprano weaving its way through my bass in harmonies that make the very water sing. Together we create a sphere of sound around us, a moving sanctuary that climbs the spiral stair toward whatever waits above. As we rise higher, I begin to see a vision that makes my heart leap and dance with desperate hope, a pale circle far above, different from the phosphorescent glow of the deep halls. It's real light, surface light, the first hint of dawn dusting the water with silver and gold. The winter solstice is about to end, and the longest night is finally beginning to release its grip on the world. "Do you see it?" I call to Eurydice, not daring to look back and break our rhythm. "The light. We're almost there." "I see it," she gasps, her voice tight with exhaustion and hope in equal measure. "Oh, Theron, I can smell the surface. I can taste the real air." The smell reaches me too, salt and wind and the clean scent of snow falling on open water. It's the most beautiful fragrance I've ever encountered, more precious than any perfume or incense. It speaks of home, of safety, of a world where the living walk freely beneath stars and sun. The Shade's attacks grow more desperate as we near the top of the spiral, their projectiles coming faster and more accurately. But my song bursts have grown stronger too, and Eurydice has learned to anticipate the rhythm, ducking and weaving in perfect time with my defensive melodies. We move like dancers now, like partners who have practiced this deadly choreography for years. Blessedly, my hooves touch something solid. Real stone, dry stone, the bottom edge of an opening that leads up toward the world of the physical. I boost Eurydice ahead of me, watching as she scrambles through the gap with desperate energy. Her laughter echoes back down the spiral, bright and alive and impossibly beautiful after so long in the kingdom of the dead. I follow close behind, my massive frame barely fitting through the opening. As I pull myself through, I feel the spiral stair shudder and begin to collapse, the magic that held it together finally failing. The necropolis is sealing itself again, but too late. We've escaped its grip, climbed free of its eternal hunger. Above us, the real world waits, and with each breath, each heartbeat, each shared note of our victory song, we rise toward the light that will soon paint the sky with colors the dead have forgotten how to see.
Chapter 28. Eurydice. My legs cramp with exhaustion as we climb through passages that grow brighter and more real with each repetitive stroke. The water here tastes of actual salt instead of the honey-sweet medium of the depths, and I can feel currents that speak of wind and weather rather than ancient magic. But the ascent is taking its toll. My breath comes in ragged gasps, my muscles burning with the effort of swimming upward for what feels like hours. Behind us, the drowned choir has reformed. Their voices no longer the perfect harmony we shattered in the amphitheatre, but something more desperate and hungry. They've realised we're escaping, that their newest recruits are about to slip through their grasping fingers and return to the living. Their song follows us like a net of sound, trying to wrap around our minds and drag us back down into the eternal lament. But their music is different now, corrupted by our influence, infected with fragments of hope that make their sorrow less pure, less powerful. I can hear notes from our festival tune woven through their dirge, scraps of the lullaby we sang in the chapel echoing through their chorus like cracks in a perfect mirror. We've changed them, just as they tried to change us, and the transformation weakens their hold on this place. They shape my name like a lure, their thousand voices calling Eurydice, Eurydice, in harmonies that would be beautiful if they weren't so desperate and cold. They try to make their summons sound like Theron's voice, like my mother's voice, like everyone I've ever loved calling me back to safety. But I know the difference between the music of the living and the songs of the dead. I know which voices truly love me and which ones only hunger for what I carry. I answer with our festival tune, the melody that started this whole journey when we danced beneath Milthar's lanterns. My voice is weak and trembling with exhaustion, but it carries the warmth of real memory, real love, real hope for the future. The tune cuts through their lament like sunlight through fog, reminding them once again of what they've lost, not just life, but joy, celebration, the simple pleasure of singing together in happiness rather than sorrow. But even as I sing, disaster strikes. My cramped leg betrays me at the worst possible moment, muscles seizing with pain just as we're navigating a particularly treacherous current. I slip on a piece of debris, a broken tile from some ancient wall, and suddenly I'm tumbling backward through the water, my grip on Theron torn away by the unexpected fall. Pain blooms through my shin as I strike something sharp, and I feel warm blood mixing with the salt water around me. The current grabs me, trying to sweep me back down toward the depths where the choir waits with open arms. For a terrifying moment I'm spinning in the dark, disoriented and alone, the surface light a distant dream above. "Theron!" I cry out, my voice breaking with pain and fear. His massive hand closes around my wrist, the one bound with the red ribbon, just before the current can claim me completely. The silk holds, thank the gods, though I feel it stretch and strain under our combined weight. He hauls me back against his chest, his other arm wrapping around my waist with desperate strength. "I have you," he rumbles, his voice rough with fear and determination. "I have you, my heart. You're not going anywhere without me." The pain in my leg throbs with each heartbeat, but I forcibly ignore it. We're so close now. I can see actual starlight filtering down through the water above, the first real light we've seen since this nightmare began. The winter solstice is ending, and with it the power that allowed the necropolis to reach so far into the realm of the living. Just a little farther, I whisper, more to myself than to him. We're almost free. But the effort of the rescue has cost us precious energy, and I can feel Theron's strength beginning to flag. He's been carrying both our weights through this entire ascent, protecting me with his songs and his body, never once complaining or asking me to do more than I'm capable of. But even Minotaur endurance has its limits, and we've been pushing those limits for far too long. The choir's song grows stronger below us, feeding on our momentary weakness. I feel their music trying to seep into my bones, whispering promises of rest and peace, if only I'll stop fighting and let them carry me back to their eternal halls. The temptation is real. I'm so tired, so cold despite the warming oils and thermal caverns' blessing. It would be easy to simply close my eyes and drift, to let someone else make the hard choices for once. But then I feel Theron's heartbeat against my back, strong and steady and utterly alive. I hear him humming our lullaby through gritted teeth, pouring the last of his strength into keeping us both moving upward. This man, my golden bull, my brave and gentle beast, has literally descended into hell for me. The least I can do is find the strength to help him carry us both home. I begin to sing again, adding my voice to his despite the pain in my leg and the exhaustion that makes every note an effort. Together we weave a melody of determination and love, a song that speaks of dawn coming and winter ending and the promise that no darkness lasts forever. Our harmony rises through the water like a beacon, calling to the light above and pushing back against the shadows that want to claim us. The surface grows brighter, closer, more real with each stroke. I can smell pine and snow and the blessed scent of air that has never known the touch of ancient sorrow. Somewhere above, the bells of Milthar are ringing, welcoming the end of the eternal night and the return of hope to the world. We're going to make it. We're going to survive. We're going to see the sun again. I hold tight to that thought as we swim toward the light, our bound hands a symbol of love that death itself could not break.
Chapter 29. Theron. The final corridor stretches before us like a tunnel carved from crystallized silence, and I understand immediately that this is the necropolis's last, most terrible trial. The hush is a place that eats sound itself, where the very air seems to devour music and voice and breath, until nothing remains but the crushing weight of absolute quiet. The water here feels different, thinner, hungrier, pulling at my vocal cords like invisible fingers trying to strangle my song before it can emerge. I feel my voice beginning to falter as we enter this cursed space, the notes of our lullaby growing weak and threadbare. Each word requires tremendous effort to produce, and even then they emerge as barely more than whispers, swallowed by the oppressive silence before they can reach Eurydice's ears. Panic scratches at my throat as I realize what's happening. Without my voice to guide us, without our songs to protect us, we're helpless against whatever horrors wait in this final passage. Stay close, I try to say, but the words come out as nothing more than shaped breath, soundless and impotent. The hush presses against us like a living thing, eager to drain away every note, every tone, every vibration that might carry hope or warmth or life. Behind us, I can hear the drowned choir gaining ground, their lament growing stronger as our protective songs fade to nothing. They know what this place does to the living, know that here their voices will finally triumph over ours. Their harmonies chase us through the tunnel like hunting hounds, no longer beautiful but vicious with desperation and hunger. I reach for the emergency techniques Tide Mother Antea taught me, the sailor's tricks passed down through generations of men who sang to guide ships through the worst storms. I close one nostril and try to force sound through the other, using the pressure to create resonance in my chest cavity. Nothing. I pound my ribs, trying to create percussion that might cut through the silence. The impacts make no sound at all. The hush is winning, and with each step forward, I feel more of myself being consumed by the terrible quiet. My voice is more than just a tool. It's part of who I am, the essence of my power as protector and guide. Without it, I'm just another lost soul stumbling through the dark, unable to sing Eurydice home or call for help or even whisper my love. Desperation drives me to a technique so dangerous I've never dared attempt it before. I bite down hard on my own tongue, tasting copper and pain as blood fills my mouth. Blood salt has power in the old magic, the life force that flows through mortal veins carrying more weight than any blessing or ritual. I let the metallic taste coat my throat, using my own essence to sharpen whatever voice I can muster. The effect is immediate and excruciating. Sound returns to my throat like fire, burning through the hush's suppression with raw, bleeding force. My voice emerges not as the trained bass of a sea captain, but as something primal and desperate, the howl of a beast protecting its mate, the battle cry of a warrior who will not yield. Through the silence we will pass, blood and bone and heart held fast. Love speaks louder than the grave. 2 hearts, nothing can enslave. Each word tears at my throat like broken glass, and I taste more blood with every syllable. But the song works, creating a thin channel of sound through the crushing quiet. The hush recoils from the bloody music, unable to fully suppress something paid for with life itself. I feel Eurydice's hand tighten on my shoulder, her own voice joining mine in a harmony made harsh by desperation. She's followed my lead, biting her own lip to add the power of blood to her soprano. Together we sing our way through the tunnel, our voices raw and ragged but unbroken, refusing to let the silence claim us. The passage ahead begins to brighten with something that isn't the cold glow of phosphorescence or the false light of spectral fire. Real light, pale and clean and honest, filters down through cracks in the ceiling above. Dawn light, carrying with it the promise that the longest night is finally ending, that winter's grip is beginning to loosen its hold on the world. The hush makes one final attempt to silence us, pressing down with the weight of all the words never spoken, all the songs never sung, all the voices lost to time and tide. For a moment I feel my throat closing, my breath stopping, my heart forgetting how to beat. The silence wants to claim us completely, to add our voices to its collection of the forever mute. But Eurydice's blood-touched harmony cuts through the oppression like a blade of living sound, and I find strength I didn't know I possessed. We push forward together, step by agonizing step, our joined voices carving a path through silence itself. The real world waits just ahead. I can smell it now, taste it in the air that grows fresher with each breath. Salt wind and snow and the honest scent of a harbor at dawn. The sound of waves that move with tide and weather, not with the artificial currents of the dead. The distant chiming of bells that ring for joy instead of sorrow. The hush gives way before us, unable to hold back the power of love given voice, of blood willingly spilled in service of something greater than self. We emerge from its grip, like swimmers breaking the surface after diving too deep, gasping and bleeding but alive, our songs intact and our bond unbroken. Behind us, the tunnel collapses in on itself, sealing the necropolis away from the living world. The drowned choir's lament fades to nothing, cut off by tons of stone and the simple fact that their realm no longer has any claim on us. Above, the first pale light of dawn kisses the water's surface, and the bells of Milthar ring out to welcome us home.
Chapter 30. Eurydice. The surface light flickers like a lantern behind fog, pale and precious after so long in the depths. Each stroke toward it feels like swimming through liquid hope, the water growing warmer and more real with every movement. But exhaustion weighs on my limbs like iron chains, and I can feel the last of my strength bleeding away through the cut on my leg. My breath comes in ragged gasps, each inhalation a victory hard won against the crushing fatigue that wants to drag me back down into the dark. "Theron," I call out, though my voice emerges as barely more than a whisper. Blood still coats my tongue from our passage through the hush, metallic and warm, a reminder of the price we paid to escape that terrible silence. I can see it. I can see the way out. But even as I speak the words, doubt gnaws at my heart like a living thing. The necropolis has shown us so many false hopes, so many seeming exits that led only to deeper chambers and darker trials. What if this light is just another illusion? What if we're swimming toward nothing more than phosphorescent decay, masquerading as dawn? Trust your heart, I whisper to myself, forcing my aching arms to continue their rhythm. Trust his voice. Trust the love that brought you this far. Behind us, the water ripples with something that might be pursuit, or might simply be the necropolis, settling into new patterns after our disruption. The drowned choir's voices have faded to nothing, cut off by the collapsed tunnel, but I can still feel their hunger reaching across the distance. They want us back, want our warmth and life to fill the cold spaces we've left in their eternal song. A shadow passes overhead, dark and swift, blocking out the precious light for a heart-stopping moment. My first thought is that some new horror has awakened, some guardian of the threshold between the living world and the domain of the dead. But then I hear a sound that makes my spirit soar, the cry of a seabird, harsh and beautiful and utterly, completely alive. Gulls! I gasp, tears mixing with the salt water on my cheeks. Theron, those are real gulls. We're almost home. The surface draws closer with agonizing slowness, each stroke an eternity of effort and hope. My vision blurs with exhaustion, but I can make out shapes moving in the pale light above. Figures on boats, lanterns swaying in the pre-dawn breeze, the solid bulk of Milthar's harbour walls rising like protective arms around us. A rope splashes into the water nearby, and I hear voices calling our names, not the false lures of the drowned, but a real concern of people who have waited through the night for our return. Hands reach down to pull us from the water, strong and warm and blessedly, impossibly real. Please, I plead as someone grasps my wrist, though I'm not sure if I'm begging them to help us or simply to be real, to not dissolve into mist like so many hopes before. Please let this be true. Please let us be home. The last thing I see before unconsciousness claims me is Theron's golden mane streaming water in the early morning light, his amber eyes bright with tears of relief and exhaustion. We've made it. We've survived. We've climbed from the depths of death itself and found our way back to the kingdom of the living. The nightmare is over, and the first day of the rest of our lives is about to begin. But something stops me from giving in to the darkness that pulls at my consciousness. A sound reaches me through the fog of exhaustion, faint but unmistakable, carrying across the water with the clarity of perfect truth. The bells of Milthar, ringing not in mourning or warning, but in celebration. The solstice bells that mark the end of the longest night and the return of hope to the world. I force my eyes open, needing to see this moment, needing to witness our salvation with my own sight rather than trust it to faith alone. The harbour spreads before us in the grey light of dawn, solid and real and unchanged, despite the horrors we've faced beneath its waters. Fishing boats bob at their moorings, their nets hanging ready for the day's work. Children peer over the harbour walls, their faces bright with curiosity and wonder. And there, standing on the main pier with tears streaming down her white-furred cheeks, is Mother Antea. Her ancient eyes meet mine across the water, and she raises one hand in blessing and welcome. The gesture is simple, human, utterly without magic, and more powerful than any spell in its basic acknowledgement that we are here, we are alive, we have returned. The surface, I whisper, my voice cracking with emotion. We made it to the surface. Theron's arms tighten around me, and I feel his chest rumble with exhausted laughter. We did, he says, his voice rough with salt water and tears. We climbed out of hell itself, my brave heart. We sang our way home. The bells continue to ring, welcoming the dawn and the end of our nightmare. Around us, the people of Milthar gather to witness the impossible. 2 souls returned from the dark realm of the dead, proof that love really can conquer death, that hope really can survive in the deepest darkness. As hands reach down to pull us from the water, I close my eyes and let myself believe. We're home. We're safe. We're alive. And somewhere in the depths below, the children we left behind are learning to sing new songs, not of sorrow and loss, but of joy remembered and hope reborn. Our voices may have faded from the necropolis, but the echoes of what we taught them will ring through those drowned halls forever. The longest night is over. The dawn has come.
Chapter 31. Theron. The final gate rises before us like something from the earliest days of creation, when the gods first drew boundaries between the realm of the living and the territories of the dead. It's not the grand archway I expected after the necropolis's displays of twisted magnificence, just a simple span of weathered stone, ancient beyond reckoning, overgrown with phosphorescent moss that pulses with the slow rhythm of a sleeping heart. The structure feels older than the dark elf city, older perhaps than any civilization that ever walked beneath the sun or stars. The air here hangs heavy and still, thick with anticipation and the weight of countless souls who have stood at this threshold throughout the ages. Every breath tastes of salt and stone and something else, the metallic tang of moments balanced on the knife's edge between hope and despair. It feels like the entire world is holding its breath, waiting to see whether love truly can triumph over the ancient laws that govern death and separation. Behind us, the necropolis spreads in ruins, its phosphorescent glow dimmed to ember-weak flickers. The drowned amphitheater lies in rubble, its perfect acoustics shattered by our songs of defiance. The corridors we navigated seem smaller now, less terrible, as if our passage has drained some essential malevolence from their stones. Even the shadows appear lighter, touched by the faint memory of joy we left echoing in those halls. But ahead lies the sound that makes my heart thunder with desperate longing. The distant, rhythmic crash of Milthar's waves against her harbor walls, the honest music of home that speaks of fishing boats and merchant vessels, of children playing on sun-warmed stones, and lovers walking hand in hand beneath festival lanterns. The sound feels both impossibly close and infinitely far away, separated from us by more than mere distance, by the fundamental barrier between life and death itself. I squeeze Eurydice's hand, feeling the warmth of her fingers and the steady pulse of her heartbeat through her wrist. The red ribbon still binds us together, its silk warm with the blessing of our love. But I can feel something changing in the air around us. A tension, a gathering of forces that have slept since the world was young. This threshold is not merely a passage, it's a test, one final trial that will determine whether we return to the physical world of the living as whole as we were when we left it. The stone beneath my hooves feels solid but strange, carved with runes so ancient that even the dark elves might not have known their meaning. They pulse with faint light in rhythm with my heartbeat, responding to the life force I carry. But there's something unsettling about their glow, not the warm radiance of blessing, but the cold phosphorescence of power that recognizes no master save the natural order itself. As I step closer to the archway, preparing to lead us both through whatever trial awaits, a voice echoes from the stone itself, ancient and genderless, carrying the weight of eons and the absolute authority of cosmic law. The words don't emerge from any visible mouth or form, but from the very substance of the threshold, as if the barrier between worlds has found a voice to speak its purpose. "Walk the path," it intones, each word falling like a stone into still water, creating ripples that I feel in my bones. Do not look back. If your faith holds, she will follow. If you doubt, she is lost to you forever. The pronouncement hits me like a physical blow, driving the breath from my lungs and sending ice through my veins. This isn't the bargain we thought we were making. Not a simple matter of singing our way past one more guardian or solving one more riddle. This is the original compact, the fundamental law that governs the boundary between life and death. Trust absolute, faith unwavering, love that endures even when it cannot see or touch or know. I think of the myths I heard as a child, stories of heroes who descended into death's realm to reclaim what they loved most. Those tales always ended the same way. In the moment of testing, when doubt crept in like poison and paradise was lost with a single backward glance. The voice from the threshold isn't making a threat. It's stating a law as immutable as the tide, as unchangeable as the stars in their courses. No, I whisper, but even as the word leaves my lips, I know protest is useless. This isn't a negotiation or a battle to be won through strength and cleverness. This is the price that has always been demanded for such impossible rescue. Faith so pure it can exist without proof. Love so complete it needs no reassurance. Eurydice's hand tightens on mine, and I feel her understanding flow through our connection. She knows what this means as clearly as I do. From the moment I step through that archway, we'll be separated not just by distance, but by the fundamental nature of existence itself. I'll walk in the living realms while she follows somewhere behind, caught between states, neither fully alive nor completely dead, until my faith, or my doubt, determines her final fate. I'll be there, she whispers, her voice barely audible above the distant crash of waves. Every step, every breath, every heartbeat. You won't be able to see me, or hear me, or feel me, but I'll be there. Trust in that. Trust in us. I turn to face her one last time, memorizing every detail of her beloved face. The dark eyes that shine with tears and determination. The mouth that taught me what it means to sing for joy instead of duty. The small hands that wove crowns of pine and holly and showed me that simple gifts can hold more power than any treasure. She is so beautiful, so alive, so precious beyond all measure, that the thought of losing her to my own weakness makes my knees buckle with terror. I love you, I tell her, pouring every ounce of devotion I possess into those simple words. Whatever happens, whatever waits for us on the other side, remember that. Remember that I would walk through hell itself for you and prove it by never looking back. She rises on her toes to kiss me, her lips warm and soft and tasting of salt tears and unshakable faith. I love you too, my golden bull. Now go. Lead us home. Trust in the strength of what we've built together. I take a deep, shuddering breath, filling my lungs with her scent one last time before turning toward the archway. The phosphorescent moss parts like a curtain as I approach, revealing a shimmering barrier of seawater that wavers between liquid and light. Beyond it, I can just make out the familiar stones of Milthar's harbor, golden in the dawn that waits to welcome us home. I give Eurydice's hand one last firm squeeze, feeling the red ribbon pulse between our wrists, like a heartbeat made of silk and hope. Then I let go. The hardest thing I've ever done. Harder than facing the drowned choir or navigating the archive trench or singing my way through the hush itself. My fingers part from hers with the finality of a sword stroke, severing the physical connection we've maintained through every trial. I turn my back on her and step through the archway. The water closes over me like a living thing, swirling and disorienting, carrying me through a tunnel that exists between heartbeats, between breaths, between one moment and the next. The silence is immediate and total. No sound of her breathing behind me, no whisper of her voice, no comforting presence at my back. Only the terrible, absolute quiet of faith being tested in the crucible of love. I fix my eyes on the growing light ahead and begin to walk, each step an act of trust, each breath a prayer that the woman I love follows somewhere behind me in the space between life and death, trusting as completely in me as I must trust in the cosmic laws that govern such impossible journeys. Do not look back.
Chapter 32. Eurydice. The moment Theron disappears through the shimmering curtain of seawater, The world around me changes with the suddenness of a snuffed candle. The phosphorescent moss that provided gentle illumination dies to nothing, plunging me into darkness so complete it has weight and texture. But worse than the absence of light is the silence, the terrible, crushing quiet where his heartbeat should be, where his breathing should whisper against my consciousness like a prayer. The pressure of the necropolis bears down on me immediately, no longer held at bay by his voice or his presence. It's as if the entire drowned city has been waiting for this moment, gathering its malevolent strength for one final assault on my spirit. The darkness presses against my skin like cold hands, seeking entry through every pore, every breath, every moment of doubt or fear. And then the whispers begin. They slither from the walls like serpents made of sound, the voices of every shade we encountered, twisted into instruments of torment. The drowned children with their pearl-black eyes, the maiden shade who combed my hair, the priest who tried to crown me with sorrows. All of them speak now with bitter envy, their words designed to poison the faith that Theron needs me to maintain. "Pretty lady, why do you wait in the dark?" comes the voice of the little girl who gave me her shell. But now it carries spite instead of innocence, malice instead of hope. The golden bull has already forgotten you. His hero's quest is complete, and you are just the prize he came to claim. "He walks in sunlight now," hisses the priest shade, his words echoing from every direction at once. He breathes free air and feels warm wind on his fur. Do you think he spares a thought for the woman he left behind in darkness? Do you think your love means anything now that he has proven his courage? I force myself to take the first step forward, my foot finding a purchase on stone that feels solid but somehow wrong, too smooth, too cold, as if the path itself wants to make me stumble. The whispers grow more insidious as I begin to walk, following some instinct that tells me the way leads forward, never back. "She was always too good for you," comes a voice I recognise with a shock of pain. My mother's voice, warm and familiar but twisted with disappointed love. My daughter, consorting with beasts, throwing away her future for a sailor's rough hands and tavern songs. The words hit me like physical blows because they carry the grain of truth that makes the most effective lies. My parents never understood my choice to live simply in Milthar, to reject the merchant princes who courted me with gold and status. They wanted more for their daughter than a retired captain's humble cottage, more than the honest love of a man who earned his bread with his voice and his strength. "You could have had silks and jewels," my father's voice adds, materializing from the darkness with the authority that once shaped my childhood. "You could have been somebody's wife, somebody who mattered. Instead, you chose to be a footnote in a sailor's tale." But I keep walking, my steps deliberate and measured despite the pain their words cause. I focus on the memory of Theron's touch, the way his massive hands can be so gentle when they cup my face, the rumble of contentment in his chest when I rest my head against his heart. These voices are lies, shadows of truth bent into weapons meant to make me doubt not just him, but myself. The darkness around me begins to shift and writhe, showing me visions in the corner of my eye, images designed to break my faith with surgical precision. I see Milthar's harbour in golden sunlight, the town celebrating Theron's return. The vision is so real I can smell the festival foods, hear the songs of homecoming, feel the warmth of the sun on cobblestones worn smooth by generations of honest trade. And there, placing a wreath of victory on Theron's horns, is a minotaur woman of breathtaking beauty. Her fur is silver white like moonlight on water, her horns adorned with jewels that catch the light like captured stars. She moves with the confidence of nobility, the assurance of someone who belongs in a hero's story. When she smiles up at Theron, her expression holds the promise of everything I could never give him: social standing, wealth, a partner who matches his strength and stature. See how he looks at her? The whispers continue, gleeful with malice. See how his eyes light up? That is the woman he deserves, not some human girl who thinks love can conquer everything. The vision is so detailed, so perfectly crafted to wound, that for a moment I feel my step falter. The woman in the image moves like she belongs at Theron's side, like she was born to wear the crown of a hero's consort. Her beauty is the kind that inspires songs, that makes lesser beings feel small and plain by comparison. But I clench my fists and force myself to remember the truth that no vision can counterfeit. The scent of his skin after we make love, the way he murmurs my name in his sleep, the look in his amber eyes when he tells me I'm beautiful. This isn't about deserving or status or matching anyone's expectations. This is about love freely given and freely received, about two souls who chose each other against all logic and reason. The whispers grow more desperate as they sense my resolve holding firm. They cycle through every voice that ever mattered to me. Childhood friends expressing disappointment, teachers who expected more, lovers who never understood why I chose simplicity over sophistication. Each taunt is perfectly crafted, each barb designed to hit exactly where it will cause the most damage. But the final assault comes in a voice that nearly breaks me. Theron's voice, full of despair and exhaustion, echoing from the darkness ahead. I can't do it, Eurydice. I'm not strong enough. The weight of not knowing, of walking in faith alone, it's too much. I'm sorry, my love. I'm so sorry. But I have to look back. I have to see if you're there. For a terrifying second, I falter. My head starts to turn, every instinct screaming at me to call out, to reassure him, to break the law that governs this passage in order to spare him doubt. The voice is perfect, not just the sound of his words, but the cadence of his speech, the way his voice breaks when he's overwhelmed with emotion. But then training takes over, not the kind learned in schools or temples, but the deep knowledge that comes from truly knowing another soul. I know his voice better than my own heartbeat, know the rhythm of his breathing, the particular rumble of his laughter. And this voice, perfect as it seems, carries one false note, a thread of malice so fine it's almost undetectable, but present nonetheless. He is stronger than you know. I whisper to the darkness, my voice steady despite the tears streaming down my cheeks. Stronger than you could ever understand. He will not break. He will not look back. And neither will I. I keep walking forward into the black. My faith not just in him, but in myself, in the love we've built together through trial and triumph. The whispers rage around me, growing fainter with each step as their power over me diminishes. The visions fade like morning mist, unable to maintain their hold on a heart that knows its own truth. Somewhere ahead, beyond the darkness and doubt, Theron walks toward the light. And I follow, unseen but unshaken, carrying my own piece of the dawn that waits to welcome us both home.
Chapter 33. Theron. The tunnel that separates the realm of the dead from the living realm becomes a sensory deprivation chamber more complete than any torture devised by mortal minds. There is no echo of my hoofbeats on stone, no whisper of air moving through passages, no distant drip of water or creak of settling rock. Even my own breathing seems muffled, absorbed by the unnatural stillness that surrounds me like a shroud. Most terrible of all is the absence behind me. No sound of Eurydice's footsteps, no feeling of her presence, no reassuring warmth that tells me she follows. I am forced to rely solely on faith now, that most fragile and essential of human virtues. Faith that she walks behind me in the space between heartbeats, between breaths, between one step and the next. Faith that the cosmic law governing this passage is just and true, that love really can bridge the gap between life and death. Faith that my doubt, the creeping poison that whispers I'm walking alone through empty darkness, won't prove stronger than my trust. I find a rhythm to carry me forward, a marching cadence that gives structure to the formless terror threatening to overwhelm me. Left foot, right foot, left foot again. The simple pattern becomes an anchor in the chaos of uncertainty, I begin to hum one of my old sea shanties under my breath, not the complex melodies I used to battle the necropolis's guardians, but something basic and comforting. Steady on, through the darkest night. Morning comes, bringing blessed light. The tune is nothing more than shaped breath in this place where sound has no substance, but it gives my mind something to focus on besides the growing certainty that I'm a fool walking alone through emptiness, that Eurydice never made it past the threshold, that faith is just another word for willing blindness. One foot in front of the other. That's all I can control, all I can trust. The path beneath my hooves feels solid enough, though I can't see it in this absolute darkness. I keep my eyes fixed ahead, searching for any hint of the light I glimpse through the archway, any sign that this tunnel leads somewhere other than madness. Time stretches like warm honey, making minutes feel like hours and hours like days. I count my steps until the numbers lose meaning, hum my shanty until the words blur together into nonsense syllables. The darkness presses against me with weight and presence, not just absence of light, but a positive force that wants to crush hope beneath its indifferent mass. Without warning, I feel a sudden sharp pain in my back, like a blade sliding between my ribs, seeking my heart with surgical precision. I stumble, crying out as agony shoots through my body, hot and real and utterly convincing. My hands reach back instinctively to find the wound, to pull out whatever weapon has pierced me, but my fingers encounter only unmarked fur and the familiar ridges of my spine. The whispers find me even here, slithering through the darkness with malicious glee. She has betrayed you, Golden Bull, the pretty human with her sweet words and sweeter lies. Even now, her hand holds the dagger of shadow, the blade forged from her resentment and fear. You left her in darkness, abandoned her to walk alone, and this is her answer. The pain is so real I can taste copper in my mouth, feel warmth spreading down my back that might be blood or might be imagination given form. The whispers paint images in my mind, Eurydice's face twisted with hatred, her small hands gripping a weapon made of crystallized sorrow. They tell me she never loved me, that I was always just a conquest, a challenge to be overcome and discarded. No! I grit through clenched teeth, forcing the vision away with every ounce of will I possess. It wasn't real. It was a phantom, a last desperate trick. The pain fades as suddenly as it came, leaving behind only the memory of agony and the whispers mocking laughter. But I know what I felt was designed with perfect cruelty, not just to make me doubt Eurydice's love, but to make me want to turn around, to verify she's still there, to break the cosmic law in a moment of justified suspicion. I straighten my shoulders and resume walking, each step an act of defiance against the forces that want to see love fail. The whispers continue their assault, cycling through every doubt and fear I've ever harbored, but I wrap my shanty around me like armor. Steady on through the darkest night. Morning comes, bringing blessed light. After what feels like an eternity of walking through absolute darkness, fighting phantom pains and whispered lies, a new sound reaches my ears. Not the crash of waves that drew me toward this passage, but something else, making my heart leap with desperate hope. The muffled, joyous ringing of bells. Milthar's bells. The sound is faint at first, so quiet I almost convince myself it's another trick, another false hope designed to lead me astray. But as I continue walking, it grows stronger, more real, carrying with it all the honest warmth of home. These are the bells that ring for festivals and homecomings, for weddings and births, and all the simple joys that make life worth living. It's the sound of hope given the voice of the community gathered in celebration rather than mourning. It's the sound of the living world welcoming back its own. My pace quickens despite my exhaustion, my heart pounding with frantic energy as the darkness ahead begins to thin. Not yet light, not quite, but something less than absolute black. The bells grow louder with each step, their bronze voices calling across the distance between death and life, promising that home waits just ahead if I can maintain my faith for just a little longer. I can feel it now, the pressure of the tunnel lessening, the weight of cosmic law preparing to release its hold. The air tastes different, cleaner, touched with salt and pine and all the honest aromas of a world where people live and love and hope for better tomorrows. Almost there. Almost home. Almost ready to discover whether faith alone was enough to bring us both back from the edge of forever. The bells ring louder, and I fix my eyes on the growing light ahead, still humming my shanty, still walking forward, still trusting that behind me, invisible and inaudible but real as starlight, Eurydice follows her own path toward the dawn.
Chapter 34. Eurydice. A pinprick of light appears ahead, so small at first, I think it might be another illusion, another cruel trick designed to break my spirit when it proves false. But as I continue walking through the darkness, the light grows steadier, brighter, taking on a quality that makes my heart race with recognition. This isn't the sickly phosphorescence of the necropolis, with its cold glow that speaks of decay and endless sorrow. This is a warm, golden light, the honest radiance of Milthar's harbour lanterns, the blessed illumination of home. I break into a run, tears streaming down my face as the whispers of doubt and despair fade behind me like echoes in an empty hall. My feet find solid purchase on stone that feels real again, honest stone carved by wind and wave rather than the supernatural architecture of the drowned realm. The light grows with each stride, resolving into familiar shapes that make my chest tight with emotion. The natural walls of the sea caves beneath Milthar, carved by centuries of tide and storm, into passages that fishermen have used for generations to shelter their boats. The light grows stronger, warmer, until I can see the rough texture of cave walls that sparkle with honest salt deposits instead of phosphorescent moss. The air itself begins to change, growing thinner, cleaner, touched with the scents that mean home. Brine and pine, snow and wood smoke, the 1,000 small fragrances that speak of a world where people live and love and hope for better days. And there, silhouetted against the mouth of the cave where golden light spills in from the harbour beyond, stands the most beautiful sight my eyes have ever beheld. Theron's silhouette, dark and broad-shouldered and utterly, completely real, waiting on the shore just outside the cave mouth. His massive frame fills the entrance, motionless as carved stone, his face turned toward the harbour lights and the living world. His golden mane streams in the winter wind, and I can see the evergreen wreath still crowning his horns, the red ribbon that bound our wrists now woven through his hair like a banner of faith fulfilled. He hasn't turned. He stands with his back to the cave, to me, to the darkness we've both walked through in our different ways. His faith has held true, steady as the lighthouse beam that guides ships safely home. The sight of him, solid and real and waiting with the patience of one who knows love endures, fills me with such fierce emotion it burns away the last of the necropolis's chill from my bones. He believed. Through every whisper of doubt, every phantom pain, every lie the darkness could conjure, he believed. He trusted in the cosmic law that governs such impossible journeys, trusted in the love we've built together, trusted that I would follow him out of death's realm and back into the light. I take the final steps through the cave mouth, my bare feet finding purchase on sand and stone made golden by lamplight. The transition from the supernatural passage to the natural world hits me like a physical shock. Suddenly there's weight again, gravity and substance, and the blessed sensation of existing in 3 dimensions, instead of the fluid unreality of the necropolis. I step out of the water and onto the snowy shore of Milthar's harbour, and the cold, crisp air hits my lungs like a benediction. It's the first real breath I've taken since I was dragged under the black waves, what feels like a lifetime ago. The air is sharp and clean, almost painful after the honey-salt atmosphere of the depths, but it tastes like life itself, salt and pine and snow, wood smoke and distant cooking fires, all the honest sense of a world where winter means renewal instead of endless death. The breath fills my lungs completely, driving out the last traces of the drowned realm's influence. I am alive, not just surviving, not just existing in the space between life and death, but truly, completely, wonderfully alive. The snow crunches beneath my feet, cold and real and perfect. The wind carries the sounds of the waking harbour, gulls crying, waves lapping against stone, the distant voices of fishermen preparing for the day's work. I want to call out to Theron, to let him know I'm here, that we've both made it through the trial intact. But some instinct holds me back. The same cosmic law that demanded he not look back now requires that I speak first, that I signal the completion of our impossible journey. This is my moment, my choice, my chance to prove that love really can conquer death. Theron, I whisper, and my voice carries clearly in the crisp morning air, no longer muffled by supernatural silence or distorted by the necropolis's malevolent acoustics. It's my voice, human and warm and alive, speaking his name like a prayer answered. His massive shoulders tense at the sound, and I see his hands clench into fists at his sides. But still he doesn't turn. Still he honours the compact that brought us both safely home. He's waiting for permission, for the cosmic law to release its hold and allow him to see with his own eyes what his faith has accomplished. The moment stretches between us like a held breath, poised on the edge of miracle. The harbour lights dance on the water, painting everything in gold and shadow. Snow falls gently around us, blessing this reunion with winter's purest gift. Somewhere in the distance, Milthar's bells begin to ring, not the desperate tolling of the longest night, but the joyous pealing that announces dawn and hope and love triumphant. I am home. We are both home. And the nightmare that began with shadow spirits rising from dark water has ended with two hearts proving that some bonds really cannot be broken, no matter what forces of death and despair array themselves against love freely given. Turn around, I whisper, my voice carrying all the love and gratitude and wonder I feel. Turn around, my golden bull. Come see what faith has won us.
Chapter 35. Theron. The cedar plank room glows with the hearth's steady flame, its warmth melting the frost, tracing delicate patterns on the window panes. Cedar and smoke weave a sanctuary, banishing the necropolis's biting chill. Eurydice stands before me, her dark hair crusted with salt, gray eyes soft with love, her skin radiant in the firelight. My heart, scarred by war and loss, hums with the truth that she's here, alive, mine. I didn't look back, and she held fast. This moment, unhurried, is ours. No tide, no death to defy. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 36. Eurydice. The next morning dawns clear and crystalline, the sky painted in shades of pearl and rose that speak of winter's gentlest moods. Milthar lies beneath a blanket of fresh snow that fell during the night, transforming the familiar harbour town into something from a winter fairy tale. The rooftops gleam white as sea foam, while icicles hang like crystal chimes from the eaves of houses, where warm lights glow behind frost-painted windows. I wake in Theron's arms, in his bed, in his cottage that now feels like our sanctuary, and for a moment I simply lie still and marvel at the simple miracle of consciousness returning naturally. No phosphorescent glow, no honey salt water, no whispers of the drowned trying to steal my dreams. Just morning light streaming through real windows, the scent of pine logs burning in the hearth, and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath my ear. From somewhere in the harbour comes the sound of children's voices, bright and clear in the crisp air. I slip from the bed without waking Theron, wrapping myself in his heavy cloak, and make my way to the window that overlooks the town. Below, a procession of children winds through the snow-dusted streets, each one carrying a small paper boat with a tiny lit candle nestled inside. The tradition of the morning boats, performed on the day after the winter solstice, to honour those lost to the sea and celebrate the return of the light. I've watched this ceremony every year since coming to Milthar, touched by its simple beauty, but never fully understanding its deeper meaning. Now, after walking in the halls of the drowned, after seeing the faces of children who will never grow up, the tradition feels different, more poignant, more personal, weighted with knowledge I wish I didn't possess. I dress quickly in the simplest clothes I can find, wool dress and heavy boots, a thick shawl that smells of cedar and home. Theron stirs as I move about the room, his amber eyes opening to track my movements, with the contented awareness of a man who knows his beloved is safe and near. "Where are you going, my heart?" he murmurs, his voice rough with sleep but warm with love. "To say goodbye," I tell him, leaning down to kiss his forehead. To thank the sea for what it returned, instead of cursing it for what it tried to take. He nods, understanding immediately. "I'll join you when I've made myself presentable. This is something we should do together. But first I need to do this alone. One last conversation with the waters that became our enemy, and in the end allowed us safe passage home." I join the procession of children as it winds down toward the harbour, their small faces bright with excitement and solemnity in equal measure. They know this ceremony matters, even if they don't fully understand why. Their paper boats are works of art, carefully folded, decorated with symbols of hope and remembrance, each candle flame steady despite the winter breeze. At the water's edge, I kneel on stones made slippery by snow and spray, and carefully place my own candle boat on the gentle waves. The craft is simple, just white paper folded with the skill Theron taught me, holding a small candle that casts golden light on the water around it. But as I set it free, I whisper words I never thought I'd speak to the sea that once tried to claim me. Thank you for the children who remembered laughter. Thank you for the maiden who taught me that love endures even in death. Thank you for showing me that some bonds really cannot be broken, no matter how deep the darkness grows. I watch the boat bob away toward the rising sun, its tiny flame somehow staying lit despite the wind and spray. Around me, dozens of other boats follow the same path, creating a flotilla of light that moves across the harbour like earthbound stars. The sight is breathtakingly beautiful. Hope made visible, gratitude given form, love's triumph over loss celebrated in the simplest possible way. A sense of peace settles over me as I watch my offering disappear into the morning light. It's more than just relief at surviving our ordeal, more than simple happiness at being home and safe. It's the deep satisfaction that comes from facing the worst thing imaginable and discovering that love really is stronger, that faith really can bridge any gap, that some stories do end in triumph rather than tragedy. The dark chapter of our lives is finally, completely closed. Whatever nightmares might still visit my dreams, whatever echoes of the necropolis might linger in quiet moments, I know now that they have no real power over me. I walked through death's realm and choose to return instead to the light. I heard the songs of the damned and answered with melodies of hope. I am marked by that journey, changed by it, but not broken. As I stand to leave, brushing snow from my knees, I'm approached by two of the Minotaur tide mothers, elderly women whose white fur gleams like fresh snow, whose ancient eyes hold the wisdom of decades spent tending the spiritual needs of their community. They move with quiet dignity across the snowy stones, their ceremonial robes rustling softly in the winter breeze. Without a word, they gently drape a heavy wool shawl over my shoulders, the fabric dyed a deep evergreen that speaks of forests in winter, of life enduring through the darkest seasons. The wool is incredibly soft, warmer than anything I've ever worn, and it carries the scent of cedar and blessed oils, the smell of sanctuary, of belonging, of home. "Welcome, daughter of the depths," the elder of the two says, her voice carrying across the harbour like a blessing. "You have walked in darkness and returned to light. You have faced the songs of sorrow and answered with joy. Wear this as a sign of your place among us, your membership in the community of those who survived what should not be survived." The gesture of acceptance overwhelms me with emotion I didn't expect. I've lived in Milthar for years, but always as an outsider, a human among minotaurs, a trader's daughter among seafaring folk. But this shawl marks me as something more, not just a resident, but family, someone who has earned her place through trial and triumph. I laugh, and the sound that emerges is wholly my own, bright and clear, and carrying no echo of the necropolis's chains, no whisper of supernatural sorrow. It's the laughter of a woman who has seen the worst the world can offer and chosen joy anyway, who has walked through hell itself and emerged with her capacity for happiness not just intact, but stronger than before. "Thank you," I tell them, wrapping the shawl more tightly around my shoulders. "Thank you for welcoming me home." Behind me, I hear familiar hoofsteps on stone, and I turn to see Theron approaching with his own paper boat, his golden mane adorned with the evergreen wreath that has become as much a part of him as his voice or his strength. He moves with the quiet dignity of a man who has completed an impossible task, who has proven that some loves really can conquer death itself. Together, we watch the last of the candle boats disappear into the morning light, carried away by honest tides toward whatever distant shores await. The ceremony is ending, but our new life is just beginning, a life built on the foundation of faith tested and found true, of love that endured even when it couldn't see or touch or know. The shawl around my shoulders feels like an embrace from the entire community, a promise that we belong here, that we're home in the deepest sense of the word. And somewhere in the distance, just barely audible above the sound of waves and wind, I could swear I hear the echo of children's laughter, not the desperate sound of the drowned, but the joyous voices of the living, welcoming us back to the world of light and hope and endless possibility.
Chapter 37. Theron. I find Eurydice on the docks where the morning light turns the harbor water to liquid gold, her new evergreen shawl wrapped around her shoulders like a banner of belonging. She stands watching the last of the candle boats disappear into the distance, her face peaceful in a way I haven't seen since before the shadow spirits rose from the waves. The sight of her, alive, safe, home, still has the power to steal my breath and make my heart stutter with gratitude. In my hands I carry a gift that has taken all night to prepare, working with the harbor's master smith while she slept. The old shell bell that saved our lives in the depths, that jammed the stone gate and bought us passage through the necropolis. I couldn't bear to leave it broken in the tunnel where it sacrificed itself for our freedom. Instead, I gathered every fragment I could find and brought them to Corvin the blacksmith with a request that seemed impossible. "Eurydice," I call softly, and she turns toward me with that radiant smile that first captured my heart during the festival. Her dark eyes brighten when she sees what I carry, wrapped in a cloth blessed by the Tide Mothers. "My love," she breathes, moving toward me across the snow-dusted stones. "What have you done?" I unwrap the gift with careful hands, revealing the shell bell recast in silver, not just repaired but transformed. Corvin worked all night by forge fire and blessing, melting down the broken pieces and reforming them with precious metal that gleams like captured moonlight. The smith added silver blessed by the temple, inscribed with protective runes that pulse with gentle warmth, created something entirely new from the fragments of what we almost lost. When I shake it gently, the bell rings with a pure, clear tone that carries across the harbor, like the voice of hope itself. The sound is different from the original, richer, deeper, carrying harmonics that speak of love tested and proven true. It chimes with the music of home, of safety, of bonds that death itself could not break. "For any dark you might meet," I tell her, my voice thick with emotion as I place the silver bell in her hands. "So you'll always have light to guide you home, always have a voice to call when the shadows grow too deep. It's more than just a gift. It's a promise of protection, a symbol that even when darkness seems absolute, love can forge light from the broken pieces of what we thought we'd lost forever." The bell represents everything we've learned in the depths. That sacrifice transforms into strength, that faith rewarded becomes wisdom, that even the smallest light can drive back the greatest darkness. Eurydice lifts the bell to catch the morning sun, and the silver gleams like a star brought down to earth. When she shakes it, the pure tone rings out across the harbor, and I see tears spring to her eyes, not of sorrow but of joy so deep it has no other outlet. "It's beautiful," she whispers, cradling the bell against her chest. "It's perfect. But Theron, the cost of such work, the silver alone." "No cost is too great for your safety," I tell her firmly, cupping her face in my hands. "No price too high for the peace of knowing you carry protection wherever you go. Besides," I smile, the expression feeling strange after so long in the realm of sorrow, "we've paid our debts to darkness. It's time we invested in light." As if summoned by my words, the sound of metal on metal begins to ring through Miltar's streets. But this isn't the harsh clang of ordinary work. It's the anvil's carol, the rhythmic, celebratory peal that the city's smiths create by striking their anvils in perfect synchronization. The sound rings through the streets like bells, like music, like the heartbeat of a community celebrating something precious. Corvin must have spread word of our gift, and now every smith in Miltar adds their voice to the celebration. The anvil song echoes off the harbor walls, bounces between buildings, rises toward the sky like an offering of gratitude and joy. It's a sound I haven't heard since the great victory over the pirates 20 years ago. The city itself making music, every craftsman contributing their skill to a symphony of celebration. People begin emerging from their houses, drawn by the anvil carol's call. They gather in the streets and squares, faces bright with curiosity and growing understanding. The smiths are celebrating something, honoring something, and gradually the word spreads. The singer of the deep and his beloved have returned not just alive, but triumphant. A crowd forms around us on the docks, and I feel the weight of their expectation, their need to hear our story confirmed by music. These are my people, the community that raised me and gave me purpose, and they deserve to know that their faith in love's power was justified. I stand before the crowd, Eurydice at my side, and feel the familiar stirring in my chest that comes before song. My voice has been tested by trials no mortal should survive, shaped by encounters with forces older than civilization, proven in battles against despair itself. Now it's time to use that power for its truest purpose, not to fight darkness, but to celebrate light. I begin a sea shanty that every soul in Miltar knows by heart, my voice booming clear and strong across the harbor. Home is the sailor from the wine-dark sea, home with his treasure, home safe and free. Home to the harbor where the heart finds rest, home to the love that we treasure best. The familiar words ring out with new meaning, transformed by our journey from simple song into something approaching prayer. But as I reach the second verse, something magical happens. Eurydice's voice joins mine, her soprano weaving through my bass with the perfect harmony we discovered in the depths. Two voices singing of the paths we've walked, two hearts united by the truths we've talked, two souls as one beneath the morning sky, two made eternal by love's battle cry. Our voices blend and soar, creating music that seems to make the very air shimmer with possibility. The crowd joins in, hundreds of voices adding their strength to ours, until the entire harbor rings with song. It's a promise to the city and to each other, that we are two voices but one home, two hearts but one love, two souls united by trials that only made our bond stronger. The anvil carol continues beneath our song, providing percussion that drives the melody forward with the rhythm of honest work, of community effort, of people building something beautiful together. The silver bell in Eurydice's hand chimes in perfect time, adding its pure note to the symphony of celebration. As the song reaches its crescendo, I wrap my arm around Eurydice and lift my voice to the sky, pouring all my gratitude and joy and love into the music. We survived the impossible. We proved that some bonds cannot be broken. We walked through death's realm and chose instead to return to the light. And now, surrounded by community and blessed by belonging, we begin the next verse of our song, the quiet, beautiful music of a life built on love that conquered death itself. The harbor rings with celebration, and somewhere in the distance, I could swear I hear the faint echo of children's laughter, carried on the wind from waters that no longer hold any terror, for those who know the power of love made audible.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 38. Eurydice. The silver bell chimes warm against my palm as I reach into the deep pocket of my evergreen shawl, my fingers finding the gift I prepared, while Theron worked with the smiths through the night. I couldn't sleep after our return, too full of nervous energy and overwhelming gratitude to simply rest. Instead, I spent the dark hours creating something that would match his generosity with my own, something that would honour what we've accomplished together. Your turn to receive, I tell him, drawing out the new evergreen wreath I braided with careful hands and grateful heart. The pine boughs are fresh cut from the sacred grove behind the temple, each needle still heavy with the scent of winter forests and blessed earth. But woven throughout the green are additions that make this crown unlike any other. Fragments of our journey transformed into symbols of triumph. The red ribbon that bound our wrists through every trial now threads through the evergreen like a river of silk, its crimson bright as heart's blood against the deep green of the pine. But it's no longer just a ribbon. It's become something more precious, a symbol of love that endured when all seemed lost, of faith that held strong when doubt tried to poison our hearts. And scattered throughout the braided crown like captured stars are shimmering shards of sea glass, pieces I gathered this morning from the tide pools where the waves have polished broken fragments into jewels. Green as deep water, blue as summer sky, white as sea foam, they catch the morning light and throw it back in rainbow patterns that speak of beauty born from destruction, of treasures created by forces that were never meant to create. I made this while you worked with Corvin, I explain, holding the wreath up so he can see how the sea glass catches the light. The pine is from the sacred grove, blessed by Tidemother Antea herself. The glass came from the shore where we first kissed, where you first told me you loved me, and the ribbon that saved us both, he finishes, his voice thick with emotion as he recognizes the silk that carried us through our darkest hour. Eurydice, it's beautiful, it's perfect. The crowd that has gathered around us on the docks begins to cheer as they understand what they're witnessing. Not just the exchange of gifts between lovers, but the creation of something new. A tradition reborn from trial, transformed by love into something entirely our own. The festival crown that began our adventure becomes something deeper, more personal, weighted with meaning that goes far beyond simple celebration. I stand on my toes, the snow crunching beneath my boots as I reach up to place the wreath on his horns. He bends his great head to help me, his amber eyes bright with tears as I settle the crown into place with infinite care. The evergreen feels warm beneath my fingers, alive with the sacred power that flows through all growing things, blessed by our journey and sanctified by love's triumph. The Tide Mother who gave me the shawl catches my eye from the edge of the crowd and winks, a gesture of approval that speaks volumes. She understands what this moment means, recognizes the transformation of simple tradition into something profound. This isn't just a festival custom anymore. It's our tradition, reborn from trial and tempered by fire into something that will endure long after the snow melts and spring returns to Milthar. The wreath settles perfectly on Theron's horns, the sea glass catching the winter light and throwing rainbow sparkles across his golden mane. He looks magnificent, not just a retired sea captain or even the singer of the deep, but something approaching mythic. A hero crowned by love, marked by trials that would have broken lesser souls, adorned with symbols that speak of death conquered and hope vindicated. As the city's bells begin to peal in celebration, adding their bronze voices to the anvil carol that still rings through the streets, I pull Theron's head down and kiss him with all the passion and gratitude and desperate love I've carried through our darkest hours. Our lips meet as the crowd roars its approval, as the snow falls harder around us, as the morning light turns everything to gold and crystal. The kiss tastes of salt tears and winter air, of promises kept and faith rewarded. His massive hands cup my face with infinite tenderness, while his mouth moves against mine with the desperate intensity of a man who thought he might lose everything, and found it return to him, transformed. We're both crying, both laughing, both overwhelmed by the simple miracle of being alive, and together and home. Snow blankets us as we break apart, soft flakes settling on the evergreen crown and catching in my dark hair. The white crystals dust Theron's golden mane and cling to his eyelashes, making him look like some winter god come down to earth to bless the faithful with hope made manifest. "Another winter?" I ask, my breath clouding in the crisp air as I gaze up into his amber eyes. The question carries weight beyond its simple words, not just asking about the season ahead, but about all the seasons to come, all the years we'll share, all the winters we'll weather together in this place that has become our home. "All of them," he says, his voice a vow that rings with the same authority that once commanded ships through storm-tossed seas. "Every winter, every spring, every summer and autumn, until the stars burn out and the sea runs dry. I'll spend them all with you, my heart. In this place, with these people, building a life worthy of the love that brought us home." The crowd continues to cheer around us, but in this moment we exist in a bubble of perfect peace. Two souls who walked through hell and chose to go back to the light. The silver bell chimes gently in my hand, the evergreen crown glows with inner fire, and the red ribbon streams in the winter wind like a banner of love's triumph. We survived the impossible. We proved that some bonds cannot be broken. We sang our way out of death's realm and back into the living. And now, surrounded by community and blessed by belonging, crowned with symbols of our journey, and warmed by love that conquered death itself, we begin the beautiful, ordinary work of building a life together, one winter at a time, one song at a time, one perfect, impossible day at a time. The bells ring out across Milthar's harbour, and the snow falls like a benediction on two hearts that learned the most important truth of all. Love endures, hope persists, and some stories really do end in triumph rather than tragedy.
Chapter 39. Theron. That evening finds us in our home, not just my cottage anymore, but truly ours, transformed by shared presence into something larger and warmer than it ever was during my years of solitude. The grand adventure is over, replaced by a quiet, profound domesticity that feels more miraculous than any battle we fought in the depths. We move around each other with the natural rhythm of partners who have been tested in the crucible of impossible trials and emerged not just intact, but stronger. Together, we string new lanterns along the lintel, their golden light spilling warm circles on the snow-dusted threshold. Eurydice stands on a chair to tuck sprigs of evergreen above the doorframe, the same pine boughs from her wreath filling our entrance with the clean scent of winter forests. Her movements are graceful and sure, her hands steady as she weaves the greenery into patterns that speak of protection and welcome. The simple act feels more meaningful than any heroic deed, more significant than facing the drowned choir or navigating the archive trench or singing our way through the hush itself. This is the real victory. Two people building a sanctuary together, creating beauty from ordinary materials, transforming a house into a home through nothing more complex than shared labor and love. There, Eurydice says, stepping back to admire her work. The evergreen frames our door like a blessing, its pine scent mingling with the wood smoke from our hearth and the salt air that always carries on Milthar's evening breeze. Now it looks like a proper threshold, a place where love lives. I wrap my arms around her from behind, resting my chin on the top of her head as we both survey our handiwork. The lanterns cast dancing shadows on the cottage walls, while the evergreen seems to glow with inner light. It's a simple decoration, the kind that appears on every door in Miltar during the winter season, but ours carries special meaning, a symbol of survival, of hope fulfilled, of love that proved stronger than death itself. From my pocket, I draw out the shard of mirror I kept from the mirror hall, the fragment of dark glass that once showed us distorted reflections of what we might become if we failed to hold on to hope. In the necropolis, this piece terrified me, a reminder of the twisted fate awaiting those who lost their way in the drowned halls. But now, in the warm light of our home, I see it differently. "What are you doing with that?" Eurydice asks, noticing the glass in my hands. "Making it into something new," I tell her, moving toward the door where our evergreen blessing frames the entrance to our sanctuary. Instead of a source of fear, let it be a reminder of what we overcame. I hang the mirror shard beside the door, positioning it where the morning light will catch its surface and throw rainbows across our threshold. Not as a weapon or a ward against evil, but as a keepsake, a symbol of our resilience, proof that even the darkest artifacts can be transformed into something beautiful when touched by love and hope. "Every time we pass through this door," I explain, adjusting the angle so the glass catches the lantern light, "we'll remember. Not the terror or the darkness, but the fact that we faced it together and chose to return to the light. This mirror will reflect not fear, but triumph." Eurydice nods, understanding flooding her face as she sees what I'm creating. The mirror that once showed us nightmares now becomes a testament to our strength, a daily reminder that no darkness is absolute, that love really can transform even the most twisted remnants of evil into symbols of hope. Inside, a pot of mussel stew steams on the hearth, its rich scent filling our small house with the aroma of home and comfort. The recipe came from Tide Mother Antea, a gift to celebrate our return. Shellfish from Milthar's clean waters, vegetables from the temple gardens, herbs that carry blessings in their very leaves. The simple meal represents everything we fought to return to: honest food, shared with love, in a place of safety and warmth. Laughter fogs the window panes as we settle by the fire with our bowls, steam rising from the stew while snow continues to fall outside. Eurydice tells me about the morning ceremony with the candle boats, her voice bright with wonder as she describes the children's faces and the Tide Mother's blessing. I share my own morning's work with Corvin, the satisfaction of creating something beautiful from broken pieces. We're just two people eating dinner by their own hearth, talking about ordinary things in ordinary voices. But the simplicity feels profound after our trials in the depths. This is what we fought for. Not glory or recognition, but the quiet miracle of domestic peace, the chance to build a life together one shared meal at a time. I look across the table at Eurydice, her face glowing in the warm light of our fire, her dark hair catching gold from the flames, her eyes bright with contentment and love. The evergreen shawl still drapes her shoulders, marking her as family to our community, while the silver bell hangs from her belt like a talisman of protection. She is beautiful beyond words, precious beyond measure, the living proof that some dreams really do come true. Quietly, without drawing her attention from the story she's telling about the harbor children, I offer my gratitude to Zukiev, god of the deep currents, patron of sailors and singers, guardian of those who trust their lives to the sea's mercy. Not a formal prayer spoken in temple or shrine, but a simple acknowledgement from one grateful heart to the power that watched over our impossible journey. Thank you, I tell the god silently, for my voice that carried us through the dark, for the path that led us home, for her, most especially for her, the greatest blessing I could never have imagined deserving. Outside, the wind carries the sound of Milthar settling into evening, children being called home to supper, fishermen securing their boats, the gentle laughter of couples walking hand in hand through the snow-dusted streets. Our cottage sits in the heart of it all, a sanctuary built not from magic or divine intervention, but from the simple decision to love each other completely, without reservation, without fear. The stew is warm in my belly, the fire crackles in the hearth, and the woman I love fills our home with light that no darkness could ever extinguish. This is the real victory, not the dramatic moment of breakthrough or the public celebration of our return, but this quiet evening by our own fire, building a life worthy of the love that brought us safely home. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new joys, new opportunities to prove that our bond can weather any storm. But tonight, we simply exist in the perfect peace of love fulfilled, surrounded by the symbols of our journey, and warmed by the knowledge that some stories really do end in triumph. The mirror by our door reflects not nightmares, but the golden light of home. And in that reflection, I see the future we'll build together, one winter evening at a time, one shared meal at a time, one perfect, impossible moment of ordinary happiness at a time.
Chapter 40. Eurydice. A table holds honeyed bread, spiced milk, and a shell bell, its chime a memory of the abyss we escaped. My heart catches, tears welling as I see his devotion woven into every detail, a gift for us, for forever.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Forever, I whisper, his nod my vow, the room a glowing testament to our filthy, sacred love.